Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
We are being live streamed on YouTube.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Do we have any? Okay, I'm hearing somebody in the background talking to somebody else.
Yes, I'm in a commonly shared space.
Aha. Anybody have anything procedural that we need to deal with prior to going on the record today? Ms. Hardy.
Yes, Madam Examiner, thank you. We had uploaded Ms. McCardle's supplemental testimony to the Dropbox, and that is Exhibit SPS 24. And since it was admitted conditionally yesterday, subject to that supplement, I wanted to request that it be admitted unconditionally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get the Dropbox opened. Okay. Ms. Lynch?
Is this the
Good morning.
good morning, time to raise administrative notice concerns or requests?
Well, you can tell me about it, and then if you may need to do it on the record.
I will be asking for administrative notice under 1.2.235, generally recognized technical and scientific facts, for the material that's been generally accepted and peer reviewed as cited in the portions of Dr. Hall's testimony and that were struck. And then also I will be asking for administrative notice of the record that the New Mexico EDD has of the multiple applications made by SPS regarding the EDD projects.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Amer?
Yes, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have a question about the briefs. It's our understanding they're due 20 days after the transcripts are complete.
Nope, wrong. Hearing examiner Schaefer and I have already issued, I believe, when the briefs are due in this case.
Okay. And
So if you look at the order setting further procedural dates that hearing examiner Schaefer and I issued on December 29th, in the ordering paragraph F, any post-hearing brief may be filed by February 9th. Item G, any response brief may be filed by February 13th.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
All right, let me just let these people in, Mr. Lee. There we go. All right. There's nothing else procedural. We'll go on the record. Good morning. We are continuing our hearing in case number 25-00066, This is in the matter of SPS's CCN requests and more. We are returning from our evening recess, and I believe are ready to hear from LES witness Mr. Fitzhenry.
Good morning.
Miss Miller?
Yes, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Good morning, Mr. Fitzhenry. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Fitzhenry, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Colin Timothy Fitzhenry.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a principal at Brubaker and Associates.
On whose behalf are you testifying here today?
I am testifying on behalf of Louisiana Energy Services.
Okay. Do you have in front of you a document labeled Corrected LES Exhibit 1? And for all the parties and hearing examiners, this is the exhibit in the Dropbox that is titled Redline Corrected LES Exhibit 1. The Redline Corrected Direct Testimony and Exhibit of Colin T. Fitzhenry with signed affidavit. Do you have that document in front of you, Mr. Fitzhenry?
Yes, I do.
Was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Can you please point us to and identify the corrections that you've made in your testimony?
Yes, I have red lines starting on page 5, the third bullet on that page. And then
I'm seeing one on page 4 as well.
correct, sorry. So I have red lines starting on page 4, line number 4.
Can you tell us why you made that correction on page 4?
Yes, so the corrections throughout my corrected direct testimony are similar in nature, and they involve the removal of the language, manual insertion, and replacing that language with selection. And the reason why I made those corrections was after my review of Mr. Gable's rebuttal testimony, I believe this verbiage more accurately characterized the evidence in the record.
Okay, thank you. And please tell us what additional corrections you have made.
Right, so the corrections are on line 4, page 4. Then again, starting on line 28, page 5.
And there's one on page 5 at lines 28 and 29, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then one on page 28, or I'm sorry, one on page 19.
Correct, pages 19, lines 15 through 17. Then on the following pages, there is a red line on page 20, lines 8 and 9, lines 11, and lines 14.
Okay.
And then finally on page 21, there is one more red line on page 4. And I believe that is all the red lines.
Okay. Does corrected LES Exhibit 1 include an Appendix A?
It does.
Okay, what is Appendix A?
Appendix A is my qualifications.
Do you have any corrections to Exhibit A?
I do. At the time of filing my direct testimony, my position at Brubaker and Associates was an associate. As of January 1st, I am now a principal. So Appendix A should have my position listed as principal rather than associate.
Okay, and that would be at Appendix A, page 1, line 6, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions today that are in LES corrected Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Does corrected LES Exhibit 1 also include Exhibit CTF1?
It does.
What is Exhibit CTF1?
Exhibit CTF1 is the discovery responses received from SPS that I refer to in my testimony, along with the sponsor's verifications.
Okay. And are those discovery responses the complete responses to the requests?
With the exception of one attachment to, I believe, LES 1-9, which only includes an excerpt of an Excel file that would have been approximately 10,000 pages to print out. Right? That is an excerpt of that attachment. Every other response is full and complete, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, I now move for the admission of corrected LES Exhibit 1 with its Appendix A and Exhibit CTF1.
Any objection to what's been identified as LES Exhibit 1? Mr. Fitzhenry's corrected direct testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, LES Exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Fitzhenry right now. I pass the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. Thank you very much. It's my understanding that SPS has reserved cross-examination time for Mr. Fitzhenry.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank
Hello
you.
there, Mr. Larson. My note says that you have 30 plus 15.
Yes, I think that's about right. 45, correct.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Good morning.
I don't think you and I have met before, but for the record, my name is Matt Larson. I represent Southwestern Public Service.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Congrats on your promotion.
Thank you.
So I do have some questions about the corrections that you filed on Tuesday, but before doing that, I want to step through a couple other items, okay? So I want to start with the interrelationship between Southwestern Public Service Company's 2023 IRP and this CCN request here. And on page 16 of your direct testimony, you testify that, well, SPS witness Zoe Lees contends that the company's resource needs come from the 2023 IRP. The specific mix of resources has shifted. Is that right?
That's correct.
And energy and capacity needs on the one hand, and the resources that fill those energy and capacity needs on the other hand are two different things, right?
That's correct.
And the IRP determines the need that a utility will fill with actual resources through an RFP, correct?
I think that's part of the role of the IRP, correct?
And you got ahead of my next question, which is, utilities model generic portfolios of resources to fill needs as part of an integrated resource plan process, right?
In some instances, that's the process.
And then I think as we just discussed, utilities would then issue the RFP for those resources, correct?
That's what SPS did in this proceeding, or I mean, in this instance.
Yeah, and your concern here is that the final preferred portfolio doesn't match the most cost-effective portfolio, that's in quotes, from the 2023 IRP, is that right?
I think the exact language I used was incongruent.
Yeah, so the final preferred portfolio, in your words, is incongruent with the most cost-effective portfolio resources from the 2023 IRP.
That's correct.
And to dig into that most cost-effective portfolio of resources briefly, I'll represent to you that it included 837 megawatts of combined cycle generation, 700 megawatts of firm peaking capacity, 100 megawatts of storage, 3,500 megawatts of wind, and 1,301 megawatts of solar. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And that's reflected in table 9-3 of the 2023 IRP.
I don't have that table in front of me, but subject to check.
Subject to check. Now your concern here in this case is limited because you don't oppose the CCNs for the solar, wind, and battery energy storage system resources, correct?
To be clear, LES does not oppose the CCNs for any of the resources in the company's final preferred portfolio.
So LES does not oppose the issuance of a CCN for the Gaines County
Um,
CTG?
So long as certain ratepayer protections are that are included in my testimony are adopted, LES does not oppose the CCNs for any of the resources in this proceeding.
What about Tolk? Do you oppose the issuance of a CCN for Tolk?
LES does not oppose the CCNs for any of the resources, including Tolk or Gaines.
Let's shift gears a little bit to you had some discussion in your testimony about short-term capacity purchases. Do you recall that?
I do.
And part of what you say in your testimony is that SPS admits that short-term capacity purchases are an available tool. Is that right?
That's correct. Excuse me, can you give me the page and line number for that?
Absolutely. I have marked down page 15, lines 7 to 11 is where you discuss that.
Page 15, lines 7 through 11.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, sir?
Page 15, lines 7 through 11.
That's correct. Let me know when you get there.
The corrected direct testimony redlined or the non-redlined version.
I believe it's on the corrected testimony. I can check. It's the sentence that ends with footnote 16, if that helps.
Okay. Okay, yes, the ratepayer impact of these new plants must be weighed against the actual.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. If you could read it slower.
I can. The ratepayer impact of these new plants must be weighed against the actual SPP penalties for PRM non-compliance or the cost of short-term capacity purchases, which SPS admits are available tools.
That's correct. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
And do you know if SPS has done a short-term capacity RFP?
It has. It did a 2025 short-term capacity RFP.
And so you're familiar with that RFP?
Yes, it's an exhibit to Mr. Gable's direct testimony. I believe number 4.
Yeah, and I'll represent to you that SPS received 3 responses for a total of about 165 megawatts in response to that RFP. Does that sound right to you?
It does.
And that capacity was deliverable by March of 2028, correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but subject to check.
And 165 megawatts would not replace either Gaines or Tolk, correct?
Not in totality.
So no, right?
Well, it could replace partial, and we could replace part of the capacity of either Gaines or Tolk.
165 megawatts of short-term capacity purchases would not replace in its entirety the Gaines and Tolk resources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Oh,
right.
excuse me.
withdraw, sorry.
So it might be an available tool, but based on the responses that have been received to date, it's not actually an actionable tool. Isn't that true?
Well, it wouldn't be actionable because the company rejected those bids.
But also it's not actionable because they wouldn't replace Gaines and Tolk in their entirety. Isn't that true?
I don't agree with that statement. As I stated previously, they could replace portions of those that capacity.
So to come back to a discussion you and I were just having about the Gaines and Tolk CCNs, on page 4 of your testimony, you state SPS has not demonstrated the need for the Gaines County CTG plant and the Tolk Station CTG project and associated transmission lines. Do you see that?
I do.
But so you don't believe SPS has demonstrated the need, but you don't oppose the issuance of a CCN for those projects?
That's correct. LES does not oppose the issuance of a CCN for those projects. Assuming that ratepayer protections are adopted along with those projects.
All right. So to change topics a little bit, you don't think that SPS conducted a fair RFP process, correct?
I identified specific issues with the RFP process.
Well, you have a Q&A at page 20, lines 4 to 5, says, did SPS conduct a fair and robust RFP process with the answer of no, correct?
Page 21.
Page 20, sir, lines 4 to 5.
That's correct.
And as part of it, in support of that conclusion, in the testimony you filed on December 23, 2025, you took the position that the Gaines project brought forward here, which is bid 161, was a manual insertion into the final preferred portfolio, correct?
That's correct. That was my interpretation of Mr. Gable's direct testimony in this proceeding.
And and to put what you mean by manual insertion in context, you mean it was not the result of a least cost optimization. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, I would say that more specifically in my review of Mr. Gable's testimony, based on the chronology of the Q&As, that resource was selected prior to the model optimization.
But there's a difference between a manual insertion on the one hand and a resource selected via an optimization in a long-term planning model on the other. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And another thing you did in your testimony filed on December 23rd, 2025, is you contrasted manual insertion with competitive modeling. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on Tuesday, you filed a corrected version of your direct testimony. Is that right?
Mhm. That's correct.
So when did you realize your testimony was incorrect?
I think there was some discussion following the rebuttal testimony regarding the exact language used in my initial direct testimony filed December 23rd. And I think ultimately the decision to make that correction was made on Tuesday.
Okay, so the rebuttal testimony was filed on January 12th, 2026, and you corrected your testimony about 2 weeks later on January 27th, is that right?
That's correct.
Why'd you wait until Tuesday?
I think I already provided that explanation. I think, there was some discussion, and then I had to take time to review the rebuttal testimony of not only Mr. Gable, but other witnesses, other SPS witnesses, and then ultimately that decision wasn't made till Tuesday.
So if we could step through your corrections a little bit, why don't we start on page 5? Do you have your corrected testimony in front of you? I can
I do.
share my screen too, if that's helpful.
I'm there.
So looking at page 5, this is the red line version of your corrected direct testimony. You have a change to the summary and recommendations on lines 28 and 29. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've now corrected the testimony to strike the word manual with respect to the selection of the Gaines County project, correct?
That's correct.
And just for clarity, LES is no longer contending that SPS engaged in a quote manual end quote selection of the Gaines County project, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as part of that change on page 5, lines 28 to 29, you also struck the parenthetical where you had originally contrasted the manual selection of the Gaines County project with competitive modeling, correct?
That's correct.
And LES no longer disputes that SPS selected the Gaines County project based on competitive modeling, is that right?
I would agree that the replacement Gaines County CTG was selected through the reoptimized portfolio.
And a reoptimization in the resource planning context and competitive modeling are synonymous, isn't that true, sir?
I would not say that's always the case.
So there's a difference in your mind between competitive modeling and long-term planning model optimization?
I mean, I would just say that, models can be constrained in a manner where the resultant portfolio may not be the most competitive portfolio.
But you're not aware of any kind of constraint that was placed in the reoptimization that resulted in the selection of bid 161, which is the project proposed here, correct?
I would agree there's no evidence in my testimony to suggest that there was modeling constraints that reduce the competitiveness of the company's reoptimized portfolio.
So you're not aware of any such constraints on this record, isn't that true?
I would say that in my review of the IAM report, Appendix E, which is confidential, but includes a summary of the bid resources available to the company for selection. I have concerns that at the time the model was reoptimized, there might have been a limited number of bids available for selection. But nonetheless, I admit that among those available bids in that reoptimized portfolio, the model itself did make those selections.
Thank you. Let's change. Can we turn over to page 19? Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
So on lines 12 to 14, you discuss what SPS did when a bid was removed and the model was allowed to re-optimize, correct?
That's correct.
And in your corrected testimony, you've now withdrawn the allegation that, quote, however, SPS made an exception for the Gaines County CTG plant, which was manually inserted into the portfolio rather than selected using model optimization. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this statement that you've withdrawn is one of the bases for the summary and recommendations that we previously looked at on page 5, correct?
The withdrawn statement,
Yes, sir.
I would say it's one of the bases among others.
Okay. Let's go over to page 20 of your corrected direct testimony. Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Okay. So let's start with the question and answer that begins on line 11. And you were originally asked, why is the manual insertion of the Gaines County CTG plant concerning? That was the original question, correct?
That's correct.
And that's now amended to read, why is the selection of the Gaines County CTG plant concerning? Is that right?
That's correct.
And in the answer to that question, you state that, quote, a competitive RFP process is designed to select the least cost resources, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And then you now state in the corrected version, and I'm going to try to quote it inclusive of the correction, selecting a company-owned self-build project like the Gaines County CTG plant undermines the competitive nature of the solicitation. Is that how it reads now?
It does.
But you've withdrawn the allegation that SPS manually inserted the Gaines County CTG project into the modeling, right?
That's correct.
So is it still your testimony that the mere selection of the Gaines County CTG project through the modeling process undermines the competitive nature of the solicitation?
It is. Yes. I think if you look at the remainder of that paragraph, I expound on that concept further.
So, okay. And continuing to look at that sentence and just set aside the Gaines County gas project for a moment. Your testimony reads, selecting any company-owned self-build project undermines the competitive nature of the solicitation if we take Gaines County out of it. Isn't that true?
That's what that sentence reads. Again, I think I expound on that idea further on in that paragraph, specifically highlighting concerns with the estimated load forecast and particular market checks that protect ratepayers.
So is it now your testimony with the correction that anytime a self-build project is selected in a competitive modeling process, that undermines the process?
No, I don't think that's what this Q&A reads in its if viewed within its entire context. I think if you were to read the whole paragraph and the evidence that discusses particularly the estimated load forecast that the selection of Gaines was intended to satisfy, you know, the choice of identifying the most cost-effective solution. I think all that evidence is what leads me to draw that conclusion that the selection of company-owned self-build projects and the other evidence provided within that paragraph undermines the competitive nature of the solicitation.
So are there other self-build projects that were improperly selected, in your opinion, based on what you just testified to?
No, but the selection of Gaines occurred at a different period in the RFP process than these other resources. So that's why I highlight Gaines in particular separate from the other resources in this instance.
There were a number of different portfolios that were developed along the way to the final preferred portfolio. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And Gaines County ultimately ended up in the final preferred portfolio, correct?
Yes, again, I believe Gaines County in particular was replaced and with a different bid at a later stage in the process than those other resources.
I'm sorry. You're very quiet, sir. Replaced with a different.
Gaines County in particular was replaced at a later stage in the process than some of the other resources within the final preferred portfolio.
Gaines County was selected as part of a reoptimized portfolio following the withdrawal of a prior Gaines County bid. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
So let's stay with page 20. I want to go back up to the first full question and answer that begins on line 4. And this is the one that we were talking about a little bit earlier in our conversation about whether SPS conducted a fair and robust RFP process, and you said no. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And now you've made a change to your testimony on lines 8 and 9 of page 20 to remove and the manual insertion of the Gaines County CTG plant. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the testimony now reads that the RFP process was not fair in your view because of 2 things that happened after the initial portfolio was submitted to the independent monitor. 1 being changes to the portfolio and 2 being the withdrawal of some bids. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So to the extent a portfolio changes after a RFP process with a least cost portfolio selected based on optimized modeling, that in and of itself makes the process unfair.
Well, I don't think that's the conclusion I'm drawing. I think as the independent monitor even recognizes that the withdrawal of bids did disrupt the process. And I think the disruption in that process is what ultimately led me to my conclusion that this was not a fair and robust RFP process.
But I think your testimony now reads that just the withdrawal of bids makes the process unfair. Is that true?
And other changes.
Changes to the portfolio and withdrawal of bids makes the process unfair. That's your testimony?
I think I expound on what the fair and robust RFP process and later Q&As as well. I wouldn't limit my conclusion to just those 2 items listed in this Q&A. I go on to discuss the selection of Gaines County in the following paragraph. I go on to discuss the potential of more efficient gas alternatives being considered within the resource portfolio. So I think all that evidence in its totality leads me to that conclusion. That's correct.
But in the particular Q&A that you and I are looking at here, you only talk about changes to the portfolio and the withdrawal of bids because the manual insertion of Gaines is no longer your position, correct?
Well, I still have issues with the selection of Gaines, which are noted in the next paragraph. I note changes occurred, right? Those changes including the lack of consideration for more efficient gas alternatives as well, and that's also discussed in a following paragraph.
And I think you mentioned in response to just part of our discussion before that you had reviewed the independent monitor's final report. You've reviewed that report, right?
That's correct.
And so you're aware that the independent monitor found that, quote, SPS's competitive solicitation process was well designed, executed with integrity, and that the resulting portfolio selection was supported by objective, defensible analysis. You have any reason to dispute that statement?
No, I don't dispute that statement. The independent monitor's report also suggested that the company should enhance transparency of scoring criteria, ensure use of current bid forms, discourage late-stage bid withdrawals, especially from SP's bid evaluation team.
But you don't dispute the conclusion that I just read from the report, do you?
I agree that that was the independent monitor's conclusion.
So can we go to page 51 of your corrected direct testimony? Let me know when you get there, sir.
I'm there.
Okay, and I'm looking at lines 14 to 17, and you state the company's proposal is predicated on speculative load growth and a procurement process that was manually adjusted to favor self-build gas generation options over market-tested alternatives. You see that?
I do.
And you didn't make any revisions to that particular statement, did you?
I did not.
But you should have, right? Because you're withdrawing your testimony about the manual adjustments.
Objection.
Ms. Miller?
I think it's an improper question. He's telling the witness what he should and shouldn't have changed in his testimony without giving him a chance to explain why he didn't change that.
Permission to respond.
Mr. Larson?
I'm asking the witness about a statement that's in his testimony about manual adjustments based on the other withdrawn testimony that he has, and asking him if that should have been changed too.
I think if you rephrase your question as you just put it, it would be less objectionable. So if you'll rephrase, Mr. Larson?
I will do my very best to repeat myself. I'm not sure I'll be able to pull it off. But Mr. Fitzhenry, you're looking now at page 51, lines 14 to 17. See
Yes,
that?
I am. Yes, I am.
And there's discussion about the manual that the process was manually adjusted to favor self-build gas generation options over market tested alternatives. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it still your testimony that the procurement process featured a manual adjustment to favor self-build gas generation?
Ultimately, I think that the statement that the procurement process, maybe a more accurate characterization would be, was designed to favor self-built gas generation options over market-tested alternatives would be a more appropriate description of the company's process. In particular, the gas-fired generation resources the thermal resources that were included in the bid selection process were resources that were extended for 40 years, despite having not being non-compliant with the REA for 20 of those operation years. I think in the alternative, the company could have potentially include alternative scenarios, whereas those resources would have been modified to become compliant after a 20-year period.
I'm sorry, modified to
be compliant after a 20-year period. And I think that procurement process with those cost considerations would have been a more fair and robust process.
You don't have any evidence of manual adjustments as part of the procurement process, isn't that true?
Again, I think the language that the company selected, the replacement of gains at a later stage in the process, and and then re-optimize the model to fulfill the summer capacity gap with the selection of gains is a more accurate description of the company's process.
I appreciate that. My question respectfully is a little simpler than that. My question is your testimony that the process was manually adjusted to favor self-build gas generation options accurate? And if so, what evidence is there of that?
I would agree that the manually adjustment term used is not the most accurate description of the company's procurement process.
So that particular part of your testimony is not accurate, correct?
I would say it's not the most accurate descriptor of the company's process.
It's not the most accurate? That's your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 27? I'm working my way there as well. Let me know when you get there, sir.
I'm there.
And there on lines 6 to 7, you testify in response to a question, quote, given the volatility in supply chain costs described by Ms. Fowler and the manual selection of the Gaines County CTG plant, a presumption of prudence is inappropriate. You see that?
That's correct.
But you're no longer taking the position that there was a manual selection of the Gaines County CTG plan. Isn't that true?
Again, I think that the selection of the alternative gains bid after with the SPS withdrawal of the initial gains bid was a selection made by the company. The company then remodeled the resource, re-optimized the portfolio, which resulted in the selection of gains. So not only did SPS bid team propose the Gaines County CTG, but when the Gaines County CTG was withdrawn by the bid team replaced it with the Gaines County CTG, and then the model was re-optimized and the model selected the Gaines County CTG.
Well, let me try to read that back to you.
Okay.
So initially there was a bid for Gaines County that was selected, correct?
That's correct.
That proposal was subsequently withdrawn, correct?
By SPS, correct.
The bid evaluation team then re-optimized the model, correct?
That's correct.
And that re-optimization resulted in the selection of bid 161, which is what's being presented here by the company. Isn't that true?
That is true.
Let's go to page 46 of your testimony.
I'm there.
You beat me to it. And there at lines 23 and 24, you have another statement that says it was SPS's decision to manually force into its modeling the Gaines County CTG plant instead of seeking alternatives that would be consistent with its IRP. And then you go on to continue testifying, correct?
That's correct.
But again, you're no longer taking the position that there was a manual force of the Gaines County CTG. So my question for you is that testimony still accurate?
Again, I don't think manually forced is the most accurate descriptor of the company's process. I do have concerns about the limited number of resources available for selection at that late stage of the modeling process, the re-optimization process.
So setting aside the depth of the bid pool, that statement's not accurate anymore, isn't that true?
Again, I don't think manually force is the most accurate descriptor of the company's process.
So just a couple more questions on this and then we'll change gears. Kind of conversations did you have about changing your testimony?
Conversations with who?
Well, that's my question. Who did you discuss changing your testimony with?
Most of those conversations occurred with the attorneys representing LES in this proceeding.
Whose decision was it to change your testimony?
Objection,
Ms. Miller?
lack of foundation.
Permission to respond?
Mr. Larson?
I'm just asking him whose decision it was to make material changes to his testimony 2 days ago.
Okay. I'm going to overrule that objection, and you can answer the question.
I think I already offered the responses I stated in my witness identification and testimony authentication. This testimony was mine. The corrected testimony was my own testimony and my own decisions.
Okay. Different topic. In your direct testimony, you addressed the potential for accelerated depreciation for the Gaines and Tolk projects. Is that right?
That's right.
And at page 37, lines 12 to 15, you state, quote, attempting to recover over $5 billion of new investment from ratepayers on an accelerated timeline would create an extraordinary and undue impact on power costs for SPS customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
So $5 billion in cost recovery prior to 2045 creates an extraordinary and undue impact on SPS customers, correct?
Yes.
Now, and you oppose SPS's requested 2045 Renewable Energy Act exemptions. Is that right?
In this proceeding, correct.
You oppose them here in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the bases for SPS's 2045 exceptions is undue impact on customer bills, correct?
I believe that's a company's position, correct?
Now, Mr. Gable has a 2045 analysis in his direct testimony, which I believe you reviewed, and that shows a New Mexico need for 6,374 megawatts of additional resources for New Mexico in the absence of Gaines and Tolk. Are you familiar with that analysis?
I've reviewed Mr. Gable's direct testimony, but do you mind pointing me to the direct portion of his testimony you're referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it's at page 88, and I think it's on lines 11 to 17.
Okay. And you're referring to the $5.5 billion increase on a net present value basis? Is that the $5 billion you're referring to?
Actually, what I'm looking at just right now is the 6,374 megawatts of additional resources for New Mexico in the absence of Gaines and Tolk. Do you see that?
I do.
And I'll represent to you that results in a $9.5 billion nominal impact on New Mexico customers. Do you have any reason to dispute that figure?
I haven't verified the validity of this analysis, but I'm aware that this is the company's position.
So, but you don't have any reason to dispute the figure, right?
I do not dispute this figure.
And you don't have any reason to dispute that a $9.5 billion nominal impact to customers translates into a $5.5 billion net present value impact to customers, do you?
Well, yes, I do. I mean, I think, what I represent in my direct testimony is that I have concerns about the load forecast presented. And as a result, if not all that load materializes, the potentially the company would not have to replace the entire capacity of the Gaines and Tolk units, and that would limit the cost exposure to ratepayers. So maybe in that instance, if that is the case, then these numbers will not be accurate.
Well, actually, I'm just asking you about the translation of the $9.5 billion nominal value
Okay.
into a $5.5 billion net present value impact.
Okay.
You don't have any reason to dispute that calculation, do you?
I don't have any reason to dispute the calculation. No.
So is it your position that $5 billion of accelerated depreciation creates an undue impact on customers, but the 9.5 billion nominal in project costs in the absence of Gaines and Tolk does not?
No, that's not my position. Again, I certainly have the position that $5 billion of new investment on an accelerated timeline would create an undue impact, but this is not an apples to apples comparison of these figures. In fact, what we're talking about with $5 billion of new investment is not a net present value figure. It's recovering that $5 billion on an accelerated timeline. So the delta between accelerated depreciation and the 40-year depreciable life of the assets does not create a $5 billion impact. So the figures you're asking me to compare and the impact on customers is not related.
So just taking a step back from that, if Mr. Gable's analysis of a 2045 future came to pass and it did result in a $9.5 billion nominal impact on New Mexico customers, do you think that that would result in an undue impact on customer bills?
I would agree that $9.5 billion would have a significant impact on customer bills.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Larson. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Very well, Mr. Larson, you came in with a minute to spare. I believe that the next party who reserved time for questions for Mr. Fitzhenry was Large Customer Group. So Mr. Rushoff, Mr. Stoffel?
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fitzhenry. We've met. For the record, Austin Rushoff on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Good morning, Mr. Rushoff.
Good morning. I'd like to start on page 10 of your testimony, if we could go there.
I'm there.
Okay. And there on page 10, you have table CTF1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That table shows all of SPS's proposed self-build resources in this case, and then presents a total cost per unit on a kilowatt basis at the bottom line of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what do you present as the average cost of the resources on a per unit basis?
Right. So if you were to sum the certified cost without AFUDC and divide that cost by the total nameplate capacity of all the resources, it will result in a cost per unit of $2,438 per kilowatt.
Okay. And you would agree that this cost per kilowatt averages a variety of resource types, right? There's solar in there, there's CTGs, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Looking below the table at your testimony there on line 3, you state that these prices represent a premium on the recent historical cost of new build generation resources. For example, the commission established an investment cap of $1,675 per kilowatt for the Sagamore Wind Project in 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it your position that 2018 resource costs are an appropriate comparison to the cost of resources today?
No.
Okay,
I simply present that these are premiums on recent pricing. So, it's the position there or the conclusion I'm making is that, of course, that the cost would be greater than historical pricing, but that the magnitude of increase over a recent period is significant.
Okay, I want to clarify your answer there just a little bit because you used both recent pricing and historical pricing. So my question, do you believe that 2018 Sagamore cost is a good example of recent pricing?
I think in terms of, when we talk about, plant construction, resources aren't built every year. I think, I was looking for, in developing this testimony, I was looking for, resources that were constructed in the past, 10 years or so for comparison. So yeah, I would say when you look at the timelines it takes to construct resources and utilities don't necessarily build a resource every year, I think it's a reasonable comparison.
Okay, did you look outside of SPS for recent comparison of resource costs at all?
I'm aware of outside sources other than SPS. This is my fourth CCN proceeding, I believe, this year. So I've made comparisons and other testimonies to other resources. I think for this particular testimony, I was trying to look for an SPS example, though.
Okay, so just at a high level, would you agree that inflation has been a major factor in the U.S. economy since 2018?
Yes.
Specifically, would you agree that in the power generation industry, we've seen a sharp increase in demand and costs since 2018?
Absolutely.
Okay. You recognize that SPS selected the resources in this case after a robust all-source competitive solicitation, is that right?
I think, if you were listening to my conversation with Mr. Larson, I have concerns about the RFP process, but nonetheless, I recognize that these resultant resources, were the result of that process.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to your testimony about load growth, and if we could turn to page 12.
I'm there.
Okay, starting on line 13 and 14, you state that you have significant concerns regarding the reliability of SPS's forecasts, and specifically the inclusion of speculative projected additions of new data center loads and large industrial electrification loads introduces substantial uncertainty and planning risk. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to page 13, line 7. You state that data center interconnections are notoriously uncertain. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you review SPS witness Mr. Goodenough's rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
Okay. He responded to your statements, and do you recall his testimony that data centers represent a small percentage of SPS's projected load?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. He also stated that 73% of SPS's projected load growth consists of oil and gas customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you identified any oil and gas load growth that you would think is speculative or not expect to come online?
I didn't address as it relates. I didn't address the magnitude of the oil and demand growth specifically. But I think in general, all industries are subject to market volatility, especially as it comes to making capital investment. So I would say while maybe I didn't address that industry specifically, I would say there is certainly it's certainly subject to volatility, not like other industries, like other industries, excuse me.
Okay. Okay. I'm still on page 13 and on line 1 of your testimony, you state that in the Energy Information Administration's December 2025 short-term energy outlook, it cut its 2026 electricity generation growth forecast by 1.3% from November 2025. And then, quote, based on how much large load electricity demand has come online so far this year, end quote, particularly in Texas, and then quote again, and its implications for near-term growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and at the end of that is footnote 8, and footnote 8 points to an EIA short-term energy outlook report released December 9th, 2025.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? Okay, so as I notified the parties yesterday, we added a copy of that report as NMLCG exhibit number 4. If you have that available. I guess,
I have that exhibit.
you have that exhibit? Okay. And then, so if you look at the first page of this exhibit, it reports that it's the short-term energy outlook from December 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
So can you confirm that this is the source you were citing to?
It was.
Okay. I'd like to move to the bottom of page 2 and then on to page 3, where there's a bullet point that starts electricity generation.
I'm there.
Okay. Is this the information that you were referring to, this bullet point here in your testimony?
Yes, this bullet point and in particular, the comparison between the electricity generation forecast of this.
I'm sorry,
particular-
in comparison with, if you could slow down, in
Absolutely.
comparison,
Yes. In comparison of this bullet point to the forecast that was provided a month earlier, the November SEO forecast, which I say from November 2025.
Right. So the first sentence of this bullet says forecast US electricity generation by the power sector grows by 2.4% in 2025 and by 1.7% in 2026. This growth is in contrast to relatively flat generation from 2010 to 2020. And I'll stop there. But what you're saying is your testimony was comparing the 1.7% projected growth that the EIA produced in December compared to their figure in November. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think if you also look at these figures in this paragraph, particularly, the statement of forecast of 1.7% growth in 2026, and you compare that to Mr. Goodenough's forecast of a 3.9% annual growth rate, I think, that figure is less than half of what the company is projecting.
Okay, and this EIA report is based on the US generally, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, because in your testimony, you pointed to the EIA report and discussed particularly in Texas was the phrase you used. Is that right?
Right. And I think if you didn't read the remaining part of the paragraph,
Yeah.
but the paragraph does address ERCOT and PJM specifically.
Okay, well, thank you, because I was getting there. So that paragraph continues. It says this load growth is primarily driven by increasing demand from large customers, including data centers concentrated in regions managed by the Electric Reliability Council of Texas and the PJM interconnection. So this is referring to the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, also known as ERCOT, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and is SPS in ERCOT?
It is not.
Okay. This also refers to the PJM interconnection. Do you know where the PJM interconnection is?
Yes, it's in the Northeast and portions of the Midwest.
Okay, so SPS is not in the PJM interconnection, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you would agree that the EIA information presented here is sort of more of look at the nation generally and not specific to SPS's forecasted load growth, correct?
EIA's forecast is saying in consideration of ERCOT and PJM, we have developed a 1.7% growth rate for the entire nation, inclusive of SPS.
Okay, right. And within that 1.7, there might be regions or utilities that are growing more and some that are growing less, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to change topics a little bit and talk about sort of the capacity need that SPS is facing right now. So are you aware of the level of capacity need that SPS identified in the 2024 RFP?
Yes. I don't know the exact figure, but I know it was cited in testimony.
Yeah, Mr. Gable's testimony cited 2,981 megawatts of new winter credit capacity. Does that sound correct?
Yes. By what period?
Sorry, say that again.
By what period?
Oh, the winter 2028.
I don't have that in front of me, but subject to check. I would agree.
Okay. Sure. And I can point you to Gable's direct testimony, page 11, if you want to pull it up. But he testified regarding the 2024 RFP that the resources available and selected were not able to sufficiently resolve SPS's capacity position prior to winter 2028-2029. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I'm looking at it now. Lines 10.
Okay. Sure. Okay, great. Thank you. And on page 11, continuing to lines 12 through 15, he stated SPS will be working with customers to adjust the timing of new connections, in some instances, adjusting load ramps of existing loads and seeking short-term capacity purchases. Is that right?
Yes, that's his testimony.
Okay. So would you agree that in contrast to your concerns about SPS potentially overbuilding, it's
I'm sorry,
SPS's
Mr. Russo, can you start your question again?
Absolutely. So in contrast, Mr. Fitzhenry, to your concerns about SPS overbuilding, it's SPS's testimony that the 2024 RFP did not identify enough resources to serve current load requests. Is that right?
The 2025 RFP here he's referring to, that's the short-term capacity RFP.
Wait, so sorry, I'm referring to the results of the 2024
No, that's not what Mr. Gable's referring to here. The line reads, SPS has also filed to initiate a second RFP, 2025 RFP, which in my understanding is the short-term capacity RFP, to address the remaining need for the New Mexico RPS compliance by 2030, as well as to procure additional capacity by 2032. So to answer your question, I think, I'll let you restate the question, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Because I think
You're
we
at
might-
time, Mr. Rushoff, so
Oh,
you can
okay.
have this last question.
Yeah, these are my last sort of questions here, but to go back to what I was saying, okay, yeah. So Mr. Gable talked about how the 2024 RFP did not identify enough resources to meet its 2028-2029 capacity need, correct? And I'm talking about the testimony before the portion you just identified.
I'm sorry, where are you referring to?
So page 11, line 10.
Thank you.
And maybe I could shortcut this a little bit because the testimony you just spoke about kind of shortcuts the question I have. So Mr. Gable testified that the 2024 RFP did not identify enough resources to meet its capacity need. And so they then issued a 2025 RFP to seek additional capacity through 2032. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if that accurately describes Mr. Gable's testimony here. In the preceding paragraph, he said short-term extensions are required to facilitate resource adequacy.
Sorry, short term.
Short-term extensions are required to facilitate resource adequacy during the winter seasons within which they are retiring. Goes on to say,
But how about we pause for a moment? I'll restate.
I
the
believe
question.
that he's answered the question, sir.
Okay,
He's
can I
saying
ask-
that it doesn't accurately describe Mr. Gable's testimony, so
right,
you're-
I'm trying to
you're-
point to the testimony.
I
on-
understand that, but that you're stuck with his answer. Okay,
Okay, can I borrow 5 minutes from our testimony of our reserved cross of Miss Glick? Just to ask a couple more questions.
sure, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzhenry, you would agree that outside of the resources we're talking about in this proceeding, SPS has initiated a 2025 RFP to identify and procure additional capacity, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I'll put 4 back.
Thank you. I don't know that I'll need it, but I might.
Very well. I believe the next questioner to reserve time for Mr. Fitzhenry, Mr. Walker, Targa, reserve 20 minutes. I'm not
I
hearing
cannot
you.
hear you, Mr. Walker.
Still can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Sorry,
Good morning.
good morning. I'm sorry, I had my settings still on my earbuds or something. Yes, Your Honor. I think I'll be relatively brief. Many of my questions have been covered already.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Mr. Fitzhenry, hi, my name is Mark Walker. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Walker.
I'm representing Targa Resources, one of the interveners in this case, in oil and gas operations, mainly gas pipelines. So I just want to follow up on a couple things you talked about with Mr. Rushoff regarding the load forecasting. I think it was on page 13, 12 and 13. In particular, page 13 page 13, line 7. Your statement about data center load growth being notoriously uncertain. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Were you able to listen to the testimony of Mr. Goodenough yesterday?
I did listen.
And would you
Was that
agree with
yesterday or was that 2 days ago?
or maybe it was 2 days ago? Yeah, it
I
was
think
yesterday, but
I was not able to listen to the entire thing,
Okay.
unfortunately. I did listen to portions of Mr. Goodoff's testimony, though.
Mr. Walker, let me just provide some advice here. Let's make sure we don't speak over each other. It causes a lot of headaches for our court reporters. So let's be cognizant of that. Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor, for that reminder. I apologize. Do you recall Mr. Goodenough testifying that only about 15% of the proposed load growth in this proceeding is from data centers?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe Mr. Rushoff cited to that figure as well.
Okay. Beginning at around line 11 on page 13, You have some discussion about financial assurances and how important that is for load forecasting. Do you see that?
I do.
And again, going back to, and you're right, it was Tuesday, Mr. Goodenough's testimony. Did you hear him testify about energy service agreements?
I'm not sure I recalled his exact statement with regard to
Okay.
energy service agreements. I apologize.
Let me get back to that. Ugh. Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you agree it would be poor planning practice to not plan for resources to serve customer demand until that load is near completion of construction?
Generally speaking, I would agree it would be poor planning to try to respond to load that is coming online imminently
Okay.
in a near-term period. Yes.
And would you agree it typically takes several years to develop resources to serve customers?
Certainly, self-build utility options take several years.
Switching topics now, sir, are you familiar with the Southwest Power Pool AQ load study process?
I would say I have a very small amount of familiarity with that process.
And were you, I believe it was Mr. Cooley testified about that a few days ago. Did you hear that testimony?
Again, I think I was able to listen to portions of Mr. Cooley's testimony, but not the entirety of it.
I believe also Mr. Goodenough talked about this, about the load under study in the Southwest Power Pool AQ study process. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that exact conversation. My apologies.
Okay. So do you recall his testimony about how a lot of the load in the study process at SPP is being held up largely by constraints in the transmission system and available resources? Do you remember that?
I would agree that that was Mr. Goodenough made a similar provided similar evidence to what you just stated in his testimony.
And would you agree with knowledge of that, I'll call it pent-up load demand, is a valid basis for including in your load forecasting?
I'm not sure I'm trying to be responsive to your question, but I'm not sure I understand it. I agree that utilities should include demand forecasting in their studies.
And that would include data points such as knowing a significant amount of load under study by your regional transmission operator that as soon as constraints are removed could lead to sudden load growth.
I think there's lots of different ways to, try to most accurately forecast utility load. In some jurisdictions, they only include new load forecasts that have executed agreements with deposits. So that's one methodology. Certainly, in other instances, utilities do rely on interconnection queue data and probabilities. I think that SPP used the latter approach.
And
I'm
would you
sorry,
agree?
SPS, excuse me.
Sorry.
What I meant to say was SPS used the latter approach.
And would you agree that is a reasonable approach?
I don't know if it's the most accurate approach, but I guess I would consider it to be, you know, maybe a viable approach.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Fitzhenry. On page 15, line 11, and in that discussion there, I think you're calling into question the value of SPS's participation in the Southwest Power Pool. Do you see that?
I do.
And I believe that's largely in regard to a reserve margin process that has, at least for now, a very high reserve requirement in the winter.
Can you restate your question?
Yes, I believe you're calling into question the value of SPS's participation in the Southwest Power Pool largely has to do with, at least for now, the very high reserve requirement for resources that SPP requires of its members.
Well, I'm not sure I'd agree with the premise of your question. For one, I'm not necessarily calling into the question the value of SPS's participation in SPP. I think what I'm trying to do is recognize the changing variables within SPP that you know, a comprehensive analysis would be the most appropriate way to evaluate SPS's continued participation. And, you know, one of those variables being the winter PRM, but also, you know, the cost of these resources to meet that winter PRM. And then the benefits of, you know, regional planning should also be considered. So I'm not necessarily concluding anything about the value of SPS participation in SPP. I just think that periodically, you know, especially when new mandates have significant impact on ratepayer costs, that, you know, those costs and benefits should be reevaluated.
Thank you. And would you agree that that analysis, cost benefit analysis, should include things like access to a competitive power pool market, reliability of operations, procurement and assignment of ancillary services, coordinated planning, as you indicated, and also cost sharing related to operations and transmission costs? You think those are correctly included in that analysis?
I would just say that generally, I think the analysis should be as holistic as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fitzhenry. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
I believe that concludes the parties who had reserved time for Mr. Fitzhenry. Hello there, hearing examiner Schaefer. Do you have questions, sir?
Good morning, hearing examiner Hurst. No, I do not have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Very well. It's like you just appeared on my screen. So I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Fitzhenry. And I guess I just want to get some clarification regarding an answer that you started out with this morning.
Mm-hmm.
In response to Mr. Larson's question about LES's position in this case. So my note says that you testified that you're not recommending that any of the SPS resource request be rejected. Is that right?
Yes, specifically, LES is not opposed to CCNs. So long as the ratepayer protections included in my testimony are adopted.
Right. So then I wanted to go to the second part of that. It's like our primary position is we're not recommending any CCNs be rejected. And so that's correct.
Mhm.
But you are, if the commission were to choose to, if the commission decision was to approve the CCNs, then you have recommendations regarding what you'd like to see as a conditional approval, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so I guess if we look at the bullet points on page 46 of your testimony, and you're answering the question posed on page 45 at line 14, what are your recommendations to protect ratepayers from regulatory risk presented by SPS proposals? And you start at line 17 on page 45. I recommend that the CCNs be granted for Gaines County CTG plant and Tolk Station CTG project only if the commission conditions its approval. And then now on to page 46. Approval on the recommendations included in my testimony, including the following recommendations. But then you have 4 bullet points at lines 3 through 15, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that first bullet point, the company works with interested stakeholders to develop a tariff that will allow SPS, with commission approval, to provide service to specific customers from resources acquired to serve that specific customer or group of customers. And then in paren, a sleeving arrangement in paren. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have testified in the body of your testimony with regard to, well, if you go on to page 47, you actually have a question posed at line 8. How would the opportunity to participate in a sleeving arrangement benefit? And then you go on through page 49 to give that testimony, right?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to find out from you this sleeving arrangement, which you define on page 47 at beginning on line 10, in which a resource is directly assigned to a specific customer under a tariff and service agreement approved by the commission. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me whether or not you know if that kind of arrangement has been approved here by the commission in New Mexico?
Well, I'm not extremely familiar with the arrangement PNM has with a particular large load customer. I'm not sure that would be most accurately characterized as a sleeving arrangement or not. I just don't have enough familiarity with it or not. But it is my understanding that PNM recently entered into an agreement with a large load customer to serve them directly from a particular generating resource or resources.
And the particular arrangement that you're referring to, was that brought to and approved by the commission?
Yes, it was, I believe. I actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know with certainty. I imagine it would be, but I wasn't involved in that process, and I'm not exactly sure how that, regulatory process unfolded.
Okay. Do you know then any applicable statutory reference or commission rule that would allow for this particular type of arrangement that you've proposed?
I am not familiar with any particular commission rule that would either allow or disallow this particular arrangement. I guess I would suggest that, current regulation would have to be reviewed within the context of, this application for a new tariff. If SPS or a customer were to submit a new tariff for a sleeving arrangement.
Further on your testimony regarding sleeving arrangement on page 48 at line 1, and you're continuing your answer to the question posed on page 47, you say at line 1, such an arrangement can help large industrial customers meet particular internal mandates and goals for particular resources. For example, LES has a company-wide mandate for its energy needs to be supplied from zero carbon resources. LES also wishes to maintain service from its incumbent local utility, SPS. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
And then basically you go on to say at line 5, LES has tried for several years without success to engage SPS in development of a tariff to propose for commission approval that would maintain service to LES from SPS while also assisting LES's operations at its plant in Eunice, New Mexico, to meet its company-wide zero carbon energy mandate. That's your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And then you conclude that paragraph by saying at line 9, such opportunities could have helped to satisfy or ameliorate customers' demands, but SPS refused to work with LES on developing the tariff and agreement form to facilitate such arrangements. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any specifics with regard to these rebutted requests or attempts?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, were you concluding your question? No, yeah, I didn't mean to
I was
Okay.
finished, sir.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was not directly involved in these conversations. This portion of testimony is based on my understanding of those conversations that my client had with SPS. I wish I could provide more detail to the hearing examiners regarding those conversations, but unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Okay, can you quantify the tried for several years part?
I can. I was told that at least those conversations initiated a few years ago, at least.
Okay. Do you know, Mr. Fitzhenry, whether or not LES availed itself of any process, a complaint process or other type of process here at the commission to try to resolve or get the commission's guidance on SPS's refusals to LES.
I do not know that.
Your next bullet point on page 46 at line 8, the company works to expand its renewable, and this is capital renewable, and then there's an asterisk, and then it's capital C for connect, and then capital T for tariff, once the existing program is fully subscribed. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Can you give me a brief description of this Renewable Connect tariff?
Oh, very brief. The Renewable Connect tariff is essentially an arrangement. It's more of a financial arrangement, I guess, where the LES's bills are adjusted to reflect the cost of procuring a portion of a renewable resource. However, how that differs from a sleeving arrangement is that, to my knowledge, it doesn't directly offset the capacity obligation of the company. So at the end of the day, the SPS is still required to include LES's load in the planning reserve margin. So that's kind of how it's different from a sleeving arrangement, where a sleeving arrangement can, if directly reduce the capacity obligation of SPS.
Do you know, Mr. Fitzhenry, whether or not LES has attempted to engage with SPS to have this tariff changed?
I'm not really sure what privilege to say based on conversations that occurred during the settlement discussions.
Well,
Yeah,
don't.
I was gonna step in there.
Yeah, I don't want. Obviously, I don't want you to violate any
Right.
impermissible
So
attorney-client privilege or settlement negotiation.
right. So
Well, let me put it this way. Outside of any potential settlement negotiation for this case, do you know whether or not LES has made any efforts to try to get SPS to change this particular tariff?
I know that LES worked very closely with SPS in the development of the Renewable Connect tariff. However, I don't know if there were conversations about changing the Renewable Connect tariff as it exists today.
Do you know how long that the Renewable Connect tariff has been in place?
I know that it's recent. I don't know how long exactly. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know whether or not, since it's been authorized by the commission, whether or not LES has attempted to come to the commission and get the tariff changed?
I do not know.
And just to get one clarification, with regard to your description, or comparison between sleeving and the Renewable Connect tariff. You make a statement at the bottom of page 49. Because these projects are funded by the voluntary participants, this moves on to page 50. The capital costs for this new generation are, and then in parentheses, or in quotes, ring dash fenced, end quote. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Would you define for the record, please, what you mean by ring fenced in this context?
Yes. It just simply means that the capacity costs that were, portions of those resource costs, are not being passed on to other ratepayers. So simply being paid for through the Renewable Connect program, by the subscriber.
Your third bullet point on page 46 at line 10, the company works with stakeholders to develop a new large load tariff for new data center loads prior to its next rate case. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
And you say next rate case, you're not referring to the one currently filed by SPS?
No, I mean, I would, I guess it would have been, my preference would have been for the company to file a new large load tariff prior to the existing rate case. Obviously, that it can no longer happen. So my recommendation would be, for it to do it before the next rate case.
And can you define what a large load tariff would be?
Yes, in this particular instance, it particularly addresses a specific customer type of data center. So generally, these types of tariffs would have certain restrictions, regarding the load factor of the customer, the magnitude of the customer's demand. So, and then there would be potentially, be structured in a way to, given the magnitude of these loads, safeguard other customers from the potential of stranded assets because a customer were to, enter and leave the system in a short period. So, that might be, terms that require the customer to sign an agreement for a set period of time. A customer to commit to, paying upfront for a large deposit or a potential, a large deposit for a portion of the cost needed to serve that customer. All things might be under consideration when in development of this tariff.
Do you know whether or not PNM or EPE has such a tariff?
I do not know enough about their current tariffs to say whether it's similar to what I'm describing here.
Do you know whether I believe you have indicated that you have been in 4 CCN cases this year?
That's correct.
Is that start 25 or 26?
25, sorry. 25. Approximately in the past year. This would be my 4th if I'm not missing any.
And Those have been in jurisdictions other than New Mexico.
That's correct.
Do you know whether any of the other jurisdictions that you are familiar with have such a tariff?
Yes, yes. I believe some of the proceedings in Indiana, they have already enacted, I believe, a new large load tariff there. At least some of the utilities.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Very well. Thank you. Your last bullet point, Mr. Fitzhenry, beginning on line 12 of page 46. The company should work with interested stakeholders to evaluate options to manage bill impacts and avoid rate shock for all customers for presentation to the commission prior to or as part of SPS's next rate case. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
And again, you're talking not about the current rate case that SPS filed, but the one after that?
Yeah, in particular, you know, the approximately $10 billion of assets included in this filing. In addition to that, the other dozen or so resources that were not included in this filing that will be part of that future rate case. You know, my concern is, you know, the company's request for cost recovery of those assets could potentially lead to rate shock for all customer classes. So I would recommend that, you know, the company work with, you know, interested parties to try to alleviate that to the extent possible.
And do you have any parameters or details about what you think this process should be? Any specifics?
I really haven't laid those out. You know, I think in part, we don't really even know the magnitude of the impact of the totality of the company's final preferred portfolio, or whether, you know, all those you know, assets will be approved. But I think, you know, generally speaking, when we have you know, you have a period of energy transition like we're seeing right now in SPS, I think it's incumbent on the utility to kind of continue to inform stakeholders so that, you know, they can be prepared, so that discussions can be had to potentially, you know, absolve some concerns of parties and ensure that to the extent possible, you know, rates remain just and reasonable and affordable.
Just wanted to ask you about your final conclusions. You set forth on page 51 and 52 of your testimony. And it appears to me that your alternative proposal, if the commission didn't issue your conditions for the CCN, you appear to be recommending, Mr. Fitzhenry, on page 52 of your testimony, the commission must reject the presumption of prudence for these estimated costs, enforce strict cost causation principles to prevent cross-subsidization of data center demand and Texas load growth, and require tangible proof that these resources are the least cost legally compliant solution before granting approval. That's your testimony?
That's correct.
Is my understanding correct? That if the commission doesn't condition the CCNs the way that you think they should be conditioned, then the CCN request should be rejected and there should be some other proceeding that includes the other recommendations that you make from line 2 through line 7.
Well, I'm not outright rejecting the approval of the CCNs. What was the second half of your question? I'm sorry, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Well, like you say, I think I understand that your position's now on
Mm-hmm.
issuance of the CCN with your conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to know whether or not, if the commission chose not to take that path, whether you are recommending the alternative that the commission reject the CCNs and consider your recommendations that the commission, beginning on the end of line 2, the commission must reject the presumption of prudence, enforce strict cost causation, and require tangible, what you refer to as tangible proof that the resources are least cost, legally compliant before granting approval. Is that your alternative?
Yeah, I'm not sure that alternative necessarily, requires an outside application for continued review. I mean, that's at least not what I'm directly proposing here, but I think I would go back to saying that, I think what my testimony does, and it's my understanding that my client's position is that if these CCNs are granted, I think what my testimony does is offer certain ratepayer protections to ensure that some of these conditions are being met. And in addition to that, I think it does offer, a pathway for how the commission can move forward with these resources. Particularly, my recommendations related to, periodic reviews of REA compliance with the resource. My recommendation that, the commission continue to review jurisdictional allocation of these resources. So I think, taken in whole, that's what I'm trying to propose here.
So then basically you're saying that these are the principles the commission should consider and that your recommendation with conditions fulfill those?
That's correct.
Very well, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I don't have any further questions. Let's go off the record a second. Mr. Lee, shall we take our break now or shall we wait till after redirect and recross?
We can wait if you'd like, Your Honor.
Very well. Let's go back on the record. Ms.
So
Miller.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst, for your questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Miller, redirect for your witness.
Yes, just have a few questions on redirect. Thank you. Mr. Fitzhenry, regarding your discussion with Mr. Larson regarding short-term capacity purchases, is it your view that SPS could have replaced a portion of Gaines and Tolk while pursuing additional options?
Yes, it is my understanding that the company did receive a response to the 2025 short-term RFP and rejected those bids.
Okay. Will SPS need all of the Gaines and Tolk capacity immediately?
As in, I believe that it's based on the company's forecast that they're suggesting they need the majority of those resources, by the winter 28-29. However, it's also the company's testimony that only a portion of gains will be available for the winter 28-29 season, and total won't be available till spring of 29. So my position is that potentially some of that capacity can be fulfilled with, by looking at other opportunities.
Could short-term capacity purchases act as a short-term bridge while SPS seeks additional resources?
Potentially, the company, could issue another short-term capacity RFP. I don't know what the results of that would be.
Okay. Mr. Larson asked you about the independent monitor's conclusion in its report. Regarding the independent monitor's conclusion that the RFP bid was fair and reasonable, fair and robust, is it your position that the IM's report provided sufficient detail to convince you that the IM's conclusion is well supported in the report?
I think, again, given changes to the what the company had proposed throughout the RFP process, I think the IM report reflects the information the independent monitor had, at the time of of drawing those conclusions. Again, my conclusion was really related to the entire RFP process, which included changes after the IM was presented with the initial preferred portfolio.
With regard to your testimony at page 46, line 21 to page 47, line 3. Mr. Larson asked you about your testimony here. But based on your testimony in this section, do you have broader concerns regarding SPS's selection of its self-build option?
Yeah, I think my broader, can you give me the line number again, please?
Page 46, line 21 through
Okay.
47, line 3.
Yes, I think I have, concerns about, again, the compliance of the natural gas resources. And in addition, just the magnitude of the self-build options that were included in the bid selection process.
Okay. Can you expand on what the self-build options were that were part of your concern?
Well, trying to the thermal resources included in the I'm trying to say this without providing confidential information, but the availability of the thermal resources in the bid selection process were limited, meaning that there wasn't very many. And I think I can say that they were entirely self-build options as well.
Okay. SPS also made adjustments to its model during the RFP process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did any of those adjustments were any of those concerning?
Well, I think in particular, the adjustments made to planning assumptions between the IRP and the RFP process, including, updating its load forecast. There was adjustments to the transmission topology, including a 765 kV project. I've already discussed the incongruency in the existing generic assumptions, particularly the magnitude of price differences between the RFP projects and the generic projects, the changes in the planning reserve margin, and the accounting for the performance-based accreditation, which changed as well between the IRP and the RFP process. So taking all those things into account, really, as I kind of stated in my testimony, I just don't think the IRP process, the IRP, can be relied on to support this resource portfolio. I think it would have been better had the utility, not really maybe done a full IRP, but, included, rather than maybe do some minor updates to the IRP to kind of include some of these new assumptions.
Earlier, the hearing examiner asked you about your recommended conditions on page 46 of your testimony. Do you have any additional recommended conditions that you provide in your testimony, and specifically in your summary list on pages 5 through 9?
Right. As I said, if the CCNs were to be granted, I have several recommendations, mostly to alleviate some of those items, those concerning items I mentioned in my conclusion. Specifically addressing financial planning, AFUDC amounts, evaluations if certified costs were to exceed a certain percentage, jurisdictional allocations. I discussed a process that if gains in Tolk Station were to be approved, where they would be reevaluated for conversions or reallocation, or the revisit the designation, the zero carbon designation. I also have certain specific recommendations regarding depreciation, how the zero carbon request should be approved, the cost of the transmission network upgrades, and the additional ratepayer protections that were just discussed with hearing examiner Hurst.
And are some of those recommendations options that the company's proposed?
Yes, I think, Ms. Lees, for example, while maybe not exact, had some discussion in her rebuttal testimony regarding, if the commission were to not approve an exemption for the REA in this proceeding, what would the path forward look like? And I think there's some overlap there between Ms. Lee's recommendations and my own. I don't believe there was really any sort of concerns regarding my recommendations regarding affiliate transactions. I think largely the company agreed with those recommendations, and I think the transmission network upgrades, again, I think that for the most part, I believe it was Mr. Cooley's rebuttal that said that they need to be, my recommendation is that they should be reevaluated. I think, to a certain extent, the company's testimony said that they should be reevaluated as well if gains or TOC were not approved. So yeah, there is some agreement with some of these recommendations based on the company's rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzhenry. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any recross based upon my questions or Ms. Miller's redirect? Oh, I apologize. Hearing examiner Schaefer, questions for Mr. Fitzhenry?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to recross based upon my questions or Ms. Miller's redirect. Mr. Larson?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Henry.
Good morning.
So I want to go to a couple of the questions that you were exchange you were having with Hearing Examiner Hurst, particularly about one of the conditions working to expand the Renewable Connect tariff once the program's fully subscribed. You remember?
Okay.
You recall that exchange?
I do.
Have you read Ms. Lee's rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
Do you know if that program is fully subscribed today?
And I just want to instruct the witness not to disclose anything that was discussed in settlement negotiations. But if you know the answer outside of that, go ahead and answer.
Mr. Fitzhenry?
I don't recall the discussion of that in Ms. Lee's rebuttal testimony. I apologize.
Would it surprise you if Ms. Lee's testified that the program today is not fully subscribed?
No.
Okay. And then same exchange you were having with Hearing Examiner Hurst about developing a large load tariff. You recall that?
Yes.
And are you aware that Ms. Lees has testified that SPS does intend to develop and file a large load tariff?
Yes, I do recall that.
And then in an exchange with your counsel, Ms. Miller, you had a discussion about the independent monitor's conclusion in this case.
That's correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
And you seem to suggest that there were information that wasn't provided to the independent monitor. Is that right?
No, that was
Yeah.
not what I
Objection.
said.
All right, what's your objection, Ms. Miller?
I think that misstates his testimony. I don't think he testified to that.
Permission to respond.
Mr. Larson?
I didn't understand his testimony. That was the purpose of the question.
Okay, then let's. I believe that on redirect, Ms. Miller asked, Mr. Larson asked you about the independent monitor's conclusion in its report regarding the independent monitor's conclusion that the RFP bid was fair and reasonable. Is it your position, reasonable, fair, and robust? Is it your position that the IM's report provided sufficient detail to convince you that the IM's report conclusion is well supported in the report? And Mr. Fitzhenry testified, I think given the changes, what the company proposed throughout the RFP process, I think the IM report reflects the information the independent monitor had at the time of drawing those conclusions. My conclusion was related to the entire RFP process, which included changes after the IM was presented with the initial preferred portfolio. So that's the testimony, question and testimony on redirect with regard to the IM report. Mr. Larson?
Thank you. That's helpful, Hearing Examiner Hurst. So Mr. Fitzhenry, I can rephrase the question.
Okay.
Mr. Fitzhenry, in terms of there was an additional resource added to the initial preferred portfolio after the independent monitor, as the independent monitor was finalizing his report. Is that right?
Yes, I think also the company said that 3 bids were withdrawn after the initial preferred portfolio was provided to the independent monitor.
And did you read the memorandum that Mr. Gable provided to the independent monitor that was included as part of the independent monitor's report documenting that change?
I did.
Okay, so Mr. Gable did let the independent monitor know about that change, right?
I don't dispute that the independent monitor knew about it. I just know because of the timing of that report and when the conclusions were drawn was a short time period. So I can't say to what extent the independent monitor's conclusions fully considered, all those changes.
And I'll represent to you that Mr. Gable also testified that the IM was aware of all modeling work. Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to dispute that testimony?
I don't have any reason to dispute that testimony.
Okay. And then coming back to the self-build options and the exchange you had with your counsel, Ms. Miller, you had a discussion about self-build options being available, and you're aware that independent power producers were permitted to provide bids in response to the RFP, correct?
Yes, I don't dispute that.
And you're aware that self-build bids and independent power producer bids were evaluated alongside one another through a least cost optimization, correct?
I think, yeah, I agree that all bids were evaluated using the same criteria.
And you don't have any evidence that that criteria was skewed in any way towards self-build projects, do you?
I don't have evidence that it was skewed, no.
And the independent monitor didn't find any either, did they?
I think the independent monitor's recommendations asked that in future processes that the utility enhance the transparency of the scoring criteria.
The independent monitor concluded that SPS's competitive solicitation was well designed, executed with integrity, and that the resulting portfolio selection was supported by objective defensible analysis. Isn't that true?
That was also a conclusion that the independent monitor made, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzhenry. I don't have anything further, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any further requests for recross? Hearing none. Mr. Fitzhenry? Thank you for your time, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, anything further from LES?
Nothing further from LES. Thank you.
Very well. As a housekeeping matter, there's a procedural request made before we went on the record today, that SPS had complied with downloading the corrected version of SPS witness McCardle's testimony, SPS Exhibit 4, which had been conditionally approved yesterday. It was downloaded yesterday, and the conditional admittance will be removed, and it is admitted as was included yesterday. Very well. I think we're probably at a good time for a break. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and I believe that the next witness that we will hear from, Ms. Lynch, Mr. DeSalen, will be CCAE witness Levin.
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well, sir. Thank you. We are recessed for 10 minutes. Please remember that the YouTube remains on.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Very well, Mr. Lee. Let's go on the record from our morning recess. Mr. DeSalen, you have a witness.
Yes, we do, Madam Hearing Examiner. Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy calls Miss Amanda Levin, and I believe she should be in the waiting room. There she is.
Online.
Good morning, Ms. Levin. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Levin, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give no matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Levin. Could you state your name, please, and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Amanda Levin. Last name is spelled L-E-V as in Victor, I-N.
And where are you employed?
I am employed by the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC.
And what is your position at NRDC?
I am the Director of Policy Analysis.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
I am testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, or CCAE.
And have you prepared written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
Now, I'd like to refer you to a document that has been marked as CCAE Exhibit 1. Could you identify it, please?
Yes, this is my public version of direct testimony, which was submitted on December 23rd, 2025.
Okay. And I believe the confidential version of your testimony is CCA Exhibit 2. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. And did you prepare this direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And are there any changes you would like to make to it?
No, there are not.
And do you adopt it as your sworn testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there are.
Now let's begin with the attachment labeled AML-1. Can you identify it, please?
Yes, this is my resume.
And did you prepare it?
Yes, I did.
And is it accurate and up to date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I want to move on now. Did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Okay, wait, there's one, let me back up. One thing I forgot here. There are also attachments labeled AML2 through AML11. Are those responses to interrogatories in this case?
All of them are.
Okay. And now we can move on to your rebuttal testimony. Did you reply or did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And I want to refer you to a document that's been marked as CCAE Exhibit 3. Could you identify that, please?
Yes, this is my rebuttal testimony in this proceeding dated January 12th, 2026.
Okay, and did you prepare the rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any changes that you would like to make to it?
No, there are not.
And do you adopt it as your sworn rebuttal testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have 2 attachments to my rebuttal testimony.
And those are marked as AL-1 and AL-2. Are those also responses to discovery requests in this case?
Yes, they are.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for admission of CCAE Exhibit 1, which is the public version of Ms. Levin's direct testimony, CCAE Exhibit 2, which is the confidential version of Ms. Levin's direct testimony, and CCAE Exhibit 3, which is her rebuttal testimony.
Are there any objections to the admission of these exhibits?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have an objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
So I believe, if I'm tracking this correctly, that Exhibit AL-1 to Ms. Levin's rebuttal testimony is the direct testimony of Mr. Hawkins on behalf of SPS in Texas, which is a document that was offered earlier in this proceeding and, unless I'm misremembering, was not permitted to be entered into evidence. And we would lodge an objection to its admission now via Ms. Levin's testimony.
Mr. Salin?
Thank you. I believe that testimony was covered by a motion to strike that was filed by SPS. That they moved to strike the entire testimony, including the exhibits. That was part of that her testimony at the time, an attachment to her testimony at the time, and that motion to strike was denied. Beyond that, I would add that document was submitted in this proceeding by SPS as a response to discovery, as Ms. Levin just testified.
So what was the, in your understanding, Mr. DeSalin, the precise nature of the motion to strike from SPS?
I believe that the motion was to strike Ms. Levin's rebuttal testimony in its entirety as improper rebuttal testimony.
And what was the ruling in your understanding?
It was denied because the hearing examiners found that it was proper rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Larson, would you care to share your understanding?
I share that understanding of the motion to strike. However, this particular attachment was produced by SPS in response to discovery over an objection, and now is they're attempting to enter it into evidence. And I believe this is the second attempt in this case to enter this testimony from Texas about a different case with a witness that's not here into this record.
So I guess the question is, Mr. DeSalin, what is the grounds or the basis for including this document in the rebuttal testimony? That is to say, why do you believe that it's admissible as an attachment to the rebuttal testimony?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, the document is not hearsay. It is a statement of an opposing party, and under Rule 11-801D2, that is not hearsay, and it is relevant evidence, and therefore admissible.
Well, let's explore that for a moment. Why do you feel that it's relevant?
Because it discusses the extent to which the various proposals of SPS will benefit economically, benefit the state of Texas as opposed to the state of New Mexico.
Okay. Mr. Larson, do you have any thoughts as to its relevance?
Yeah, we do not believe it's relevant, and SPS actually prepared a New Mexico-specific economic development report that was sponsored by Dr. Teisling. Dr. Teisling was made available for cross-examination. This particular document and testimony, on the other hand, was prepared for the Texas jurisdiction by a different witness. So I do not believe that it's relevant to the request for relief in this case.
I would before addressing that would also remind us that the motion to strike was regarding the response to staff witness Zigich's testimony, and the hearing examiners felt and determined that the ability of Ms. Levin to respond to Mr. Zigich's testimony and her rebuttal was proper. But the hearing examiners did not make a finding with respect to the admission or admissibility of the Jaqueños testimony in the PUCT proceeding. Hearing examiner Hurst and I have discussed this throughout the proceeding and have determined that the Jaqueños testimony is not relevant to this proceeding, and will therefore not be admitted with Ms. Levin's rebuttal testimony. So I think we need to have this rebuttal testimony revised and resubmitted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We will do that.
Thank you. Okay, so we can hold the admission of the rebuttal testimony in abeyance for the time being until we receive a revised copy. But in the meantime, are there any objections to the admission of CCAE's Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2?
No objection.
Okay, hearing
Hearing
none.
Examiner Schaefer, sir, if I might,
Yes.
pardon me for interrupting. I would just like a clarification with regard to AML 3 to Exhibit 1. I have noted on my list that that's confidential, and if we can just make sure that attachment AML 3 to CCA Exhibit 1 is the redacted version.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, AML 3 is not included in the public version of Ms. Levin's testimony. It is included only in the confidential version of Ms. Levin's testimony, which was not downloaded on the Dropbox.
Very well. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Then correspondingly, my understanding would be that AML3 is included in CCAE Exhibit 2, which is the confidential version.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. Mr. DeSalin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no further questions. Ms. Levin is available for questioning.
Thank you. Now, I believe that SPS reserved originally 30 minutes for Ms. Levin, but you reduced some of that time, Mr. Larson, for Mr. Fitzhenry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, then you have 15 minutes for Ms. Levin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. You may proceed.
We actually don't have any questions for Ms. Levin at this time.
Okay, I believe the next party to have questions was the large customer group, Mr. Stoffel or Mr. Rushoff. You had reserved 15 minutes for the witness. Do you have any questions for Ms. Levin?
Yes, just a few.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Levin. For the record, my name is Austin Rushoff. I'm representing the New Mexico Large Customer Group. I want to start on page 20 of your direct testimony, please.
I am there.
All right, specifically on line 5, you state that if the commission does decide to approve the certificate of convenience and necessity for the Gaines or Tolk gas-fired generating plants, I would recommend that the CCN be initially approved for a time-limited period ending December 31st, 2044, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Later in that paragraph on line 11, you state that the time period could be modified or extended by the commission in the future. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you would agree that the commission could conduct a rulemaking or some other sort of proceeding in the future that would define and put parameters around zero carbon resource designations?
I do.
Okay, and the same thing for REA exceptions, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I wanted to clarify because I don't believe I saw a discussion in your testimony. Under your recommendation, if the CCN was issued for a limited period through 2044, is it your recommendation that SPS would recover the entire cost of that resource by 2044?
I do not believe that I discussed that. That is not necessarily my recommendation. This really is to kind of address the big questions that parties have raised and that I raise in my testimony about what the future operation of Gaines or Tolk might look like past 2045, given the Renewable Energy Act requirements. I think it would be up to the commission in a future proceeding to determine what exactly that might mean for the cost recovery of the plant in the future. But I am not proposing any type of accelerated depreciation or accelerated recovery at this point.
Okay, so it's not your recommendation that it be accelerated on a short timeline?
No, it is not.
Okay, well, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. The next party, I believe, to have reserved time for Ms. Levin is Targa, represented by Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Levin. My name is Mark Walker. I'm representing Targa Resources in this case. How are you?
How you do?
Here we go. In your testimony, can you look at page 29, please?
I am there.
And starting around line 12, you talk about your view of the speculative nature of oil and gas load forecasting, I think suggesting maybe even more speculative than data centers. Is that right?
Yes. Well, I note that you kind of what might be speculative about oil and gas customers could be different than data centers. I do not believe that they are significantly different in their level of speculation.
Okay. So when you say, while the speculative nature of oil and gas customers may be different.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. When you repeat that, please do it slowly. When you say.
I'm sorry. So on line 11, when you say, Ms. Levin, while the speculative nature of oil and gas customers may be different from data centers, they are just as, if not more, speculative in nature. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Going down to page 30, starting around line 1. Where you talk about oil and gas customers could decide electrification is no longer an economic option, and the loads may never materialize or they may change unexpectedly over time. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And would you agree that reducing emissions in the oil and gas operations through electrification is a priority policy in New Mexico?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that federal and state environmental regulations generally are pushing not only new facilities, but existing facilities to transition to grid power through electrification? Would you agree
It's
with
my
that?
understanding that both federal and state regulations are pushing oil and gas producers to invest in and mitigate their methane emissions, which can include the electrification of their processes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the New Mexico Climate Action Plan?
I heard the kind of cross of WRI witness Anna Linden Weller, but I myself have not reviewed the Climate Action Plan
To any degree?
to any degree.
Okay. Then I won't ask you any more questions about that. No problem. Okay. Are you familiar with the New Mexico Renewable Portfolio Standard statute? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay. And would you happen to have a copy of it in front of you? This is New Mexico statute 62-16-4.
I do not have a copy right in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, pardon?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd like to object. I think this goes outside the scope of Ms. Levin's testimony.
Mr. Walker?
Your Honor, Ms. Levin has testified that there are economics and other factors that might change the assumptions about how much electrification we will see in the oil and gas production. And I'm exploring aspects of this issue that bear on this that would countervail that view.
Mr. Salen?
She does not testify specifically about this statute. She doesn't reference it in her testimony. So I think it goes outside the scope.
Mr. Walker, is there a way you can pursue your inquiries without referring to the statutes or legal authorities?
I think I can do that, Your Honor.
Okay, let's try that.
If the Public Regulation Commission were charged with reducing greenhouse gas emissions from entities not subject to the Commission's jurisdiction, electrification would aid in that pursuit. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Any chance you could rephrase?
Okay. If state law required the Public Regulation Commission to contribute to material decreases in greenhouse gas emissions from entities that are not subject to the Commission's direct, in other words, they don't regulate those individuals, but there was a way to encourage them to reduce greenhouse gases. Electrification would be a way to do that.
Well, preface with I am not a lawyer and I have focused solely on the kind of direct regulation of electric utilities by public service commissions. And I am not aware that there is a state law that puts oil and gas customers or other customers who might electrify to potentially reduce some of their on-site emissions to be under the purview of the Public Regulatory Commission at this time.
Okay. Well, let's move on. Can you please look at page 31 of your testimony at line 4?
Yes.
And there you reference research that suggests collectively load forecasts submitted to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission may overstate data center driven load growth by about 40%. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
The percentage number?
40%.
Thank you.
And are you familiar with the details of how that analysis was conducted?
Not significantly. That is drawn from a grid strategies report, which was released at the end of 2025. And I believe that they came up with that calculation themselves.
Those are all my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Also, just for the record, I was ruling or in the midst of ruling on the admissibility of CCA Exhibits 1 and 2 when hearing examiner Hurst raised an inquiry. So just for clarity and for the record, those two exhibits are admitted with no objection. We are waiting for the ruling on Exhibit 3 to have the testimony of Jaqueños removed, and we'll be able to rule on that as soon as CCAE is able to provide that. Thank you, Ms. Levin. I believe hearing examiner Hurst has some questions for you.
Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer. I appreciate that. Hello again, Ms. Levin. Welcome back. You've been here before, correct?
I believe I've submitted written testimony. I am not sure I've ever done cross in New Mexico.
Okay, and understand that essentially the questions from the hearing examiner or the commission are not cross, they're actually examination.
Thanks for the clarification.
Great. Contrary to your attorney's assertion that you did not cite to 6216 in your testimony, you did cite to 6216 in your testimony, I believe. And I'd like to talk to you, for example, at page 5, your line 4, you indicate that under the REA section 6216 43K, the definition of a zero carbon resource is defined as a electricity generation resource that emits no carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, or that reduces methane emitted into the atmosphere in an amount equal to no less than 1/10 of the tons of carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere as a result of electricity production. And then you have a footnote. That's your testimony, isn't it?
It is.
Ms. Levin, and not only does the footnote refer to well, it's got a different section in your my version of your testimony says 43K, but the footnote actually says 6216 3K, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And
I believe it should be 3, not 43.
okay, and then you also cite to a commission rule, don't you? 17.9.572.7Z1, New Mexico Administrative Code.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so this zero carbon resource request that SPS has made, you're recommending that the commission deny, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And not only do you recommend that that the commission reject this request, but you also, as part of another recommendation, recommend to the commission that they open a new docket to discuss issues related to the REA compliance and planning, and opine that this could include developing processes and criteria for zero carbon accreditation and REA exceptions, as well as modifications to existing resource planning methodologies to ensure portfolios are least cost considering state law. That's your testimony?
Yes, that is my testimony.
Okay, and just for reference to the record, I was on page 5, answering the question posed at line 3. What is SPS's rationale for the request? And then the answer beginning on line 4. And then also, I am looking at the summary of your conclusions and recommendations on pages 3 and 4. So with regard to this particular recommendation, do you, is this just a general recommendation, or do you actually cite specifics in more details for when and how this new docket should proceed?
I do not provide additional details as to when or how the docket should proceed. I understand from reading the direct testimony of other witnesses that part of this might already be addressed in the open docket, from my understanding, docket 25-00041 UT, which is to kind of help scope zero carbon resources. I'll note that my recommendation goes beyond that specific category, though it could be inclusive of part of it, and that in my testimony itself, I provide some additional information as to how, or some of the potential ways that planning processes, for example, could be adjusted to better account for and ensure that least cost planning is done in light of state requirements, specifically the state's Renewable Energy Act requirements.
And the kind of recommendation you're making would be applicable to all regulated utilities, not specifically SPS or specifically regulated electric utilities, is it?
And I do note that these concerns don't just apply to SPS. I specifically call out the other electric investor-owned utilities, but there are other utilities that could benefit from kind of this broader analysis and docket.
Okay. And additionally, as far as new dockets, your next bullet point on page 4, beginning at line 10, says, require SPS to develop a tariff, an energy service agreement, or ESA, for new large load customers to be submitted for commission approval no later than SPS's next rate case. That's your testimony, Ms. Levin?
Yes, it is.
And by next rate case, do you mean one beyond the current one that's docketed? Or what do you mean by that?
Similar to Witness Fitzhenry, I do mean, just given the timing, the rate case after SPS's currently filed rate case. And I do also understand from prior testimony that SPS is in the process of developing a large load tariff.
Have you gotten any participation or requests for participation?
I have not. But I
would you
have
like-
seen it in Miss Zoe Lee's rebuttal testimony.
Would you like to be included?
I think it would be a good option to have the interveners, including myself or others representing CCAE, to be a part. I think that there were many parties who requested to discuss more and see potential opportunities to protect existing customers and develop a specific large load tariff that could address both SPS's need for new capacity to meet that load while protecting existing customers from any potential financial risks associated with that build out.
And then your next bullet point, set forth on line 13, indicates that you think that the commission should require SPS to work with the interested stakeholders to develop utility forecasting guidelines that standardize how probabilities are assigned to applicants and clearly define which applicants should be included in utility forecasts for future planning purposes. That's your recommendation, correct?
Yes, it is my recommendation.
You work in several jurisdictions, Ms. Levin?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of any state regulatory commission that has such a process?
I believe that, especially given in other jurisdictions, some of the significant interconnection load requests from large load customers in other jurisdictions, that's largely data centers, this is a recommendation that other commissions have taken, especially in part related to the adoption of large load tariffs as well, which would include, for example, Indiana and Ohio, which I cite in my testimony as states that are moving forward and trying to find ways to manage and get a better handle on the accuracy of large load interconnection requests. I will note to the second half of this sentence, that was in direct response to the way that SPS described their process for which large loads should or should not be included in their load forecast as it pertains to this particular docket. I am not familiar with other utilities that have the same kind of probability, I would say, bucketing. And so that may not be consistent with other jurisdictions, but was more to try to address what I identify in my direct testimony as some confusion when I was reviewing the company's discovery responses as to what was or was not included in the large load forecast used in this particular proceeding, and trying to understand the threshold that the company was using when determining which interconnection requests to include in its load forecast. And so I was trying to provide a recommendation that spoke to SPS's existing processes, but provided what I think is important transparency and clarity to all parties that I think are trying to understand the load forecast and the assumptions that go into it. I do think that this is going to be an important piece and could be potentially addressed, at least to some extent, in the 2026 IRP process.
So it's a separate requirement, but if I heard your testimony correctly, you think it's related to a large load tariff.
Yes, and I think this gets to understanding the conditions for including and procuring capacity on the behalf of large customers. And in other jurisdictions, for example, you may not be included until you have agreed to a large load tariff, which has potentially minimum terms, exit fees, or other conditions to ensure that if a utility includes you in its load forecast and is investing in capacity on your behalf, that you will provide that revenue to them to cover the costs, or at least a reasonable portion of the costs of that capacity, and show up, essentially.
The jurisdictions that you referenced that you believe have been considering or including this type of recommendation, I believe you referenced Ohio and in Indiana. Is that correct?
Yes.
They're not part of the SPP, are they?
They are not.
And in your analysis, do you give any weight to the challenges regarding interconnection that SPS has provided testimony on with its service area location, the proposed projected growth location, and SPS's location within the SPP?
I do not believe that I do.
Do you think you should?
I believe that my recommendations or my discussion in this particular section is about providing additional context and consideration for the commission when it makes this decision, which is based in part on my experiences in other jurisdictions and as an expert at a federal level as well. I do note that there have been delays specifically to large load interconnections recently in the Southwest Power Pool, and kind of provide that as just a additional consideration as to whether or not these loads are going to appear on the timetable that SPS is projecting, and provide that for the commission to consider, given that they are requesting a very large facility in the short term, and whether or not that is the best option to balance both the risk of not being able to meet all of the load and the risks to existing customers if that load does not materialize at the level or timetable that is being assumed in this docket.
You take issue with the projected load forecast, Ms. Levin?
I do.
Both in quantity and timing?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you hear the testimony from SPS witnesses earlier this week? And I'm sorry, I'm not recalling which witness it was. But my understanding of the testimony was that with the processes they have with their account managers, that they identified through that relationship certain proposed growth, and that another area that they had identified proposed growth was from actual documentation or requests from either existing or, I guess, potentially new customers. Do you recall hearing that testimony?
Yes, I believe it was the testimony of Good enough. Witness good enough.
And basically what I heard from the SPS witness was that based upon those two groups, they only included half of the proposed load growth from those two particular sources in their forecast. Did you hear that?
I did hear that. And I don't necessarily think that that is a significant or haircut as compared to other regions. I'll note, I believe
significant
haircut when considering the full suite of discussions and potential and kind of customer outreach that might be occurring. I'll note it is my understanding that ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, in their kind of load forecasts, essentially reduces the transmission service providers' kind of high likelihood interconnection requests by about 45 to 50% in their firm load forecast from their, the most recent I've seen is their May 2025 forecast. And so that does seem, that is a haircut on top of what has been identified as high likelihood of interconnection in Texas. So it does not seem unreasonable that their methodology would easily cut based on their conversations and potential discussions they've had with the full suite of customers, the loads that they're including to just half of that.
Well, I appreciate that, but my thought is if they're cutting half of what they're hearing from these two groups and they're still projecting this significant load, which potentially supported by the recent growth in say the past 5 years, I'm wondering if their methodology gave you any comfort hearing that from the SPS witness, that might assuage some of your concerns regarding the reliability of the forecast.
I don't think it does. And I think I still have questions, and this gets to my recommendation in this particular part, as to how exactly they determined what is or is not included in their forecast based on the conversations that their key account representatives are having based on documentation. I did review Goodenough's rebuttal, and I did listen to his testimony. And one of the things that I got from that discussion is I still don't have a good understanding of essentially like a rubric of what was or was not included, recognizing that from my review of the materials, especially some of the discovery responses, it feels like the threshold of what was or was not included was sometimes confusing or didn't appear to match what the company was providing in discovery.
And again, with regard to this recommendation that you make about the forecasting, a new proposed forecasting guideline and input process, that would be applicable to more than SPS, correct?
Likely would. For the purposes of my direct testimony, I really was focused on SPS's current approach and kind of questions I had as to how it was developed and whether there was an opportunity to bring together interested stakeholders to just ensure that there was clarity and understanding and agreement about how to develop their forecasts specifically.
So then you're not really asking the commission to spearhead this. You're just asking the commission to require that SPS initiate and facilitate this process. Is that right?
That was my intention with this recommendation.
Okay. Ms. Levin, when does transparency and inclusion become micromanaging the company?
So I believe that given how important these load forecasts are and the ramifications as I identify in my direct testimony, that this is a place where there should be clear engagement between parties because it is a key component to long-term planning and procurement decisions. I don't think that all pieces that go into a utility plan need to have this type of clear, transparent process, but given how critical the load forecast is to utility planning, that this is a key piece where it is, I think, important to have this process.
The other recommendation that you make in the very first one in your bullet points, you recommend that the commission deny SPS's request for REA exception for 2045. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I haven't heard, I don't recall hearing anything with regard to the 2040 requirements.
I did not specifically address the 2040 requirements, which to my understanding is that 80% renewable energy requirement. For the purposes of my testimony, I really focused on that 100% clean because Gaines and Tolk could continue to operate in 2040. They might run at reduced operation levels, given that there's 80% renewables or like 80% retail sales are being met with renewables, but that it's not inconsistent in 2040 to have these gas facilities providing some amount of generation to New Mexico customers. But that the kind of, I think, big consideration is that 2045 requirement.
And then what I take to be your alternative to requesting or if the commission, well, no, I guess perhaps it's in addition to then, deny the request for the exemption. And if the commission decided to issue the CCN, you want it to be a limited CCN that would only be effective through 2044, correct?
Yes, correct. At this time, I believe that the commission could still modify or extend that in the future based on additional information that would be provided in the future. But that as an initial starting point, if the commission determines that it is the public convenience and necessity to issue a CCN for Gaines or Tolk or both, that it has that initial limited requirement and then could be modified or extended in the future depending on future requests.
Do you have any statutory or rule authority for the commission to grant a limited or time specific time CCN, especially if the useful life of the generation resource extends past the time that you're using as a end date?
So I am not a lawyer, but it is my understanding that the commission does have the flexibility to grant these types of certificates with terms and conditions, and that this could be an appropriate condition given the existing Renewable Energy Act requirements to ensure that the CCN is consistent with existing law for Gaines and Tolk as they are currently proposed, and that it could be modified in the future if it is found that Gaines and Tolk are in compliance with the zero carbon requirements of the Renewable Energy Act.
In developing this recommendation, did you consider the financial or potential financial impacts to SPS's customers for a limited CCN that didn't include at least the projected useful lives of that resource?
So I believe that the company has a number of options that could allow it to continue the operation, and that these options are consistent with pieces that SPS itself has raised, as well as other witnesses, which include the conversion or modification of the plant, a change in the jurisdictional allocation of the plant post 2045, or the early retirement of those facilities, or REA exception that is granted in the future. Not all of these would have financial implications for the customers, but I think the purpose of this specific requirement was to ensure that the financial risk of choosing and building a gas facility that cannot be used as currently developed to meet New Mexico load after 2045 does not fall on residential or other New Mexico customers, but instead that risk is borne by the utility until they can develop or receive accreditations, exceptions, or other solutions to allow for Gaines and Tolk to either be in compliance with the 2045 standard or be used to meet needs outside of New Mexico.
And with consideration to either denying some type of legal provision that would either that would somehow allow Gaines to be built or be built with conditions, or not be built or not comply. How much of an emphasis, if any, did you put on the your knowledge of the current resources and their age and expected continuation and ability to provide service, any of the interconnection issues with regard to reliability and the commission's charge and SPS's charge that they have to provide safe, reliable service and have to have the ability to do that going into the future.
I think I did consider that, especially with this particular bullet, which is recognizing that the commission needs to balance a number of considerations, and that it may find, given the shorter term need for new generation, accounting for the changes in the planning reserve margin, aging generators, new interconnections, that moving forward with Gaines or Tolk is in the public convenience and is necessary. However, I think that this balances that by noting there might be a shorter term need for this facility, but it does not mean that the utility does not need to continue to move towards and plan for the 2045 requirements, and puts the utility in a position of having to determine, hopefully in a more proactive manner, how to move forward, 15, 20 years from now, to ensure that the system is able to meet New Mexico customer needs at the lowest cost and in a 100% clean manner. And so I think that, I ask for a few things as it relates to Gaines and Tolk. One, deny the zero carbon accreditation, which I do not believe is supported by the analysis that SPS has provided. Deny the 2045 REA exceptions, which again, I believe, based on the analysis that the company has provided in this docket, do not provide the complete information the commission would need to act on such an exception. And then, in addition to those requests, if the commission is to determine that it is necessary, given the many factors in front of the commission that it has to balance, that it adds this as an additional protection at this point in time, with the hope, as I think staff witness Zigich and WRA witness Weller and others have raised, that there will be technological options either to extend and keep Gaines and Tolk operating past 2045 in a zero carbon compliant manner, or provide better, clean, firm, dispatchable resources in place of those resources to meet New Mexico load in 20 years from now.
Very well. Thank you. I believe that clarifies the CCAE's position and your testimony. So, Ms. Levin, thank you. I appreciate your time. Mr. DeSalen, hearing examiner Schaefer.
I have no questions, hearing examiner Hurst. Mr. DeSalen, do you have redirect for your witness?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect questions. And I do want to apologize for my earlier misstatement about, I was focusing on a different provision in her testimony. So I apologize.
No apologies necessary, Mr. DeSalen. Just before we ask the parties if there's any recross, I would just mention we are approaching the twilight of our hearing. And the sooner you can upload Exhibit 3 would be much appreciated, Mr. DeSalen.
I will be doing that as soon as this witness is excused. Thank
Excellent.
you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Is there any recross for the witness, Ms. Levin? Mr. Larson?
Yeah, just briefly, hearing examiner Schaefer.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Coming back to the discussion you had with hearing examiner Hurst about your load forecasting related recommendations, you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And is that a discussion that could occur in the context of an integrated resource plan?
I believe that I noted that I think there is an opportunity as it relates to, for example, developing utility forecasting guidelines that provide maybe a little more clarity to all parties involved, that is a place where the 2026 integrated resource plan could kind of be an opportunity. So yes.
And that 2026 integrated resource plan is just getting started now, is that right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And so you could participate and offer those recommendations in that context, isn't that true?
Yes. And again, I think the purpose of this particular recommendation was not for the commission to spearhead, but rather just ensure that given the questions that were raised by parties throughout discovery about what went into this forecast, that there was guidance that SPS should be working with all interested stakeholders to kind of improve and develop a more unified set of guidelines that could be used in future proceedings, including the integrated resource plan.
And did you participate at all in the 2023 IRP process where SPS conducted exactly those types of conversations?
I did not.
Okay. Just one other set of questions related to your discussion with hearing examiner Hurst about 2045 and the Renewable Energy Act compliance. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you looks like you've testified in front of numerous commissions on regulatory matters. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And I believe you acknowledge that the useful life of the Gainesville facility is 40 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you also mentioned something about the time limited CPCN or CCN, excuse me, and the risk being borne by SPS. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And have you done any analysis as part of putting your testimony together about whether that would result in a regulatory taking?
I did
not. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Anybody else who would like to recross Ms. Levin before we excuse her? Hearing none, Ms. Levin, thank you so much for your professionalism and your participation in these proceedings, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Hearing examiner Hurst, should we go off the record for a minute just to discuss the sort of logistics here as we're approaching the end of our time, and we're also sort of in a lunch period?
I think that's an excellent suggestion, hearing examiner Schaefer. Mr. Lee, let's go off the record here. I agree. We have 2 witnesses left. We've got a little over an hour of projected cross-examination time for those 2 witnesses. I have some questions, not too many, but a few questions for both witnesses. So I'm thinking we're probably going to need at least another hour and a half. And since it's 12:35, while I think we had projected this might close before lunch, I think it probably might be wise for us to take a break to at least 1:15 or longer. What are you thinking, Hearing Examiner Schaefer?
Yes, I think maybe we should take a brief recess for a lunch. I really, throughout the proceedings and all proceedings, are very cognizant and thoughtful about parties' time, and all of us have contributed a significant amount of time to these proceedings so far. So I think we can expedite our lunch recess a little bit. But maybe before we break, is Mr. Larson, SPS had reserved 10 minutes for Dr. Hall. Are you still planning to use that time to cross-examine the witness?
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Ms. Hardy actually was going to be conducting that. I'm not sure if we still intend to do anything with Dr. Hall.
Okay.
Thank you. And I do not plan to question Dr. Hall.
Okay. All right. So that's helpful. And Ms. Hardy or Mr. Larson, do you have any expectation with the DOJ witness, Ms. Glick?
I do have some questions for Ms. Glick. I think it should take less than 15 minutes.
Okay, no worries. And there's never any pressure behind these inquiries. It's purely for housekeeping and management. Mr. McMillan, you have a thought to share?
Yes, on Miss Glick, I was hoping to use about 5 of my unused minutes to examine Miss Glick on something that came up on a prior examination that referenced her testimony.
Okay, I thought you had 20 minutes for her.
For Miss Glick, I don't remember designating.
It was large customer group had 20 minutes for Ms. Glick.
Oh,
yes.
That sounds
sorry.
correct. But
Okay.
I believe I have a lot of time
Yes.
left over from the witnesses that I designated earlier.
Yes, Mr. McMillan, that's not a problem whatsoever. Okay, let's get ready to take our recess. I will say one thing just in advance of the appearance of Ms. Glick. Mr. Harris, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
I see that you uploaded the Exhibit 1 in the Dropbox this morning at 8:43. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's labeled confidential. Is it a confidential exhibit?
No, I had asked the legal secretary to remove the confidential. Ms. Glick was under the impression that some of the numbers from SPS were confidential. Ms. Hardy explained that it's not. So I think what you're seeing is the label of the file, but the testimony itself is the public version, and it does not say confidential on it.
Okay, can we just rectify that? Because when I, as an attorney, see confidential, anything with the label that says confidential, I assume it's confidential. So could we just more, let's say, adequately label that so there's no confusion?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. All right.
Thank you.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, do you have anything else to mention?
I was going to mention that later. Thank you for bringing it up now so that we can get it corrected now, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I don't think.
Not on the record yet.
No.
Okay.
Not yet, sir. So I think No, I don't believe I have anything else I need to mention at this time. But except, do we, now it's 20 till, do we want to come back at 1:30?
That's fine.
Okay, very well. Mr. Lee, we can go back on the record. We'd have a brief discussion about the procedural posture for the rest of our case. And that it's luncheon. We're going to take a break until 1:30. And then we will hear from our 2 remaining witnesses. Please remember that the YouTube will be on and we are recessed until 1:30. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, are we ready to go back on the record?
I believe so, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well, sir.
Okay, so picking up where we left off, yes, Mr. DeSalen.
Good afternoon, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I just want to let you know that I went over the exhibit this afternoon, and it's now in the very capable hands of our paralegal, and it should be uploaded fairly shortly.
Yes, excellent. I see it here now, and why don't we take care of this before we proceed? Ms. Hardy, Mr. Larson, I'm looking at CCA exhibit number 3, and as modified per the ruling here from the hearing examiners, it seems that the exhibit list has been redlined on page Roman numeral I, or no, Roman numeral 1. And it also appears that the mentions of the exhibit have also been removed. So I don't know if you would like a few moments to review that. It seems to me the mentions of the exhibits and the footnotes have also been removed. And let me know if you would like more time to review that before we offer it for admission.
I think we're okay with it, Mr. Hearing Examiner, to be able to be admitted into evidence if those have been removed.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. So hearing no objection on CCA exhibit number 3 as, and what is the title? As admitted. Hearing no objection, it is admitted into the record. Thank you, Mr. DeSalen, for your efforts to fix that before we conclude our evidentiary hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, so now I guess we're going to proceed to our penultimate witness. That is Dr. Hall, presented by Prosperity Works. Is that correct, Ms. Lynch?
Yes, Hearing Examiner. I also have some procedural issues to address, and I was wondering your direction on whether that should occur before or after we pass the witness.
Well, I think let's first get the witness sworn in, Then we can discuss the witness's testimony. I think your procedural matters will bear upon that testimony. We can address it then, and then pass the witness from direct to cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Dr. Hall, I believe you're with us.
I am.
Thank you for being here with us. Dr. Hall, we're going to have you sworn in first by our court reporter, Mr. Lee, and he will proceed when he is ready.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Dr. Hall, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please proceed, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My name is Ann Lynn Hall. That's ANN space LYN space HALL.
Thank you. What is your business address?
909 Copper Avenue Northwest.
And where are
Albuquerque,
you
New
employed?
Mexico.
Okay.
Prosperity Works.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
For Prosperity Works.
Have you prepared written testimony for this proceeding?
I did.
I refer you to document marked Prosperity Works Exhibit 1. Are you able to identify it?
Yes.
This is the direct testimony you submitted on December 23rd, 2025, and then updated to conform to the order on the motion for limine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
Is it true and accurate to your knowledge?
It is.
If asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are there any changes you would like to make to the testimony now?
No, there are not.
Do you adopt it as your direct testimony today?
I do.
And do you have any attachments with your testimony?
There was just an exhibit at the end that was my resume.
Okay, thank you. I now move for admission of Prosperity Works Exhibit 1 and pass the witness.
Is this, Ms. Lynch, just for confirmation and also for the hearing exam or the court reporter's benefit, this is the exhibit titled 2500066 UT Prosperity Works Direct Testimony marked final that was uploaded on January 16th at 11 a.m. Is that correct?
That is the struck through testimony, correct?
Okay, good. Yes, we'll have to address some labeling conventions, I think, for our next hearing, just to have it all streamlined. But I ask just for not only continuity of the record, but mostly for the benefit of our court reporter, so we have the right testimony attached and admitted to the transcript. Are there any objections to the admission of Prosperity Works testimony of Dr. Hall as revised pursuant to the order on the motion in limine? Hearing none, it is admitted. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. You may proceed.
Thank you. And please advise when you would like me to offer or make offers for evidence to be admitted into the record pursuant to administrative notice.
Sure, let's go ahead and discuss that. Share with us what your thoughts are, Ms. Lynch, and and what ideas you have in mind.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I refer you to 1.2.2.35 Rules of Evidence for the Public Regulations Commission. And under F, official records may be admitted as evidence. And so I would like to make 2 requests under F. And then I also would like to make another request for the material struck from Dr. Hall's testimony related to generally recognized technical and scientific facts under D.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with your first petition under subsection F.
Okay. For subsection F, I would like to ask for the admission of the direct testimony of John Hoqueños in the relevant and related Texas document. Here, this is a record of the Texas PUCT that has been prepared and maintained as part of that preparation by the PUCT. In addition, I'd like to request that administrative notice be made of the applications that SPS submitted to the New Mexico Economic Development Department, as those are official records of the state that have been prepared by the EDD.
Okay, all right, we'll start there. And I'm going to ask if any of the other parties have any thoughts or objections or anything, and then I will share the hearing examiner's thoughts on these 2 petitions. So with respect to Prosperity Works, first, petition to admit the prepared testimony of Hoqueños in the PUCT proceeding. Do the parties have any thoughts to share on this?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, I do for SPS.
Please proceed, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Your Honors already ruled that Mr. Hoqueños' testimony is not relevant to this proceeding. And I agree with that. It was provided in Texas in relation to Texas projects. We have a separate study here in this case that's for New Mexico, because there are different projects located in the 2 states. It's not relevant and it's not admissible. I think that's already been determined. In this case, there's no witness here to sponsor it or testify about it.
Are there any
Hearing examiner,
party?
may I respond?
Yes, of course, Ms. Lynch. I just want to make sure that no other party has any contributions to express. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Beatles?
I'm sorry, I can't turn my video on. It says I need to use a different setting. Yes, I don't see how what SPS says in a neighboring jurisdiction about the exact same set of resources, I don't see how that can not be relevant. And for example, in scheduling this matter, the commission was very interested in what SPS was telling the PUCT.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Any other party? Okay, Ms. Lynch, what is your response?
My response is that the Hoqueños testimony is directly relevant to this matter because jurisdictional allocation has been made a significant issue in this proceeding. And in the evaluation of that allocation, I think it's appropriate for the commission to be able to weigh what are the real economic benefits that exist in New Mexico and for these resources, which include development in Texas. in this proceeding alone, it's been shown that there will be significant resource requirement out of New Mexico. I think it's like 78%. And the development of these resources, driven by the forecasted load in New Mexico, most of the economic development is occurring across the border in Texas. And I think being able to weigh where does the load come from, where is the economic development occurring, directly relates to jurisdictional allocation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Let's go ahead and consider your second request under F.
The second request, the applications SPS made to New Mexico Economic Development Department. Those are directly relevant to this proceeding because many of the resources here were applied for to New Mexico Environment Department, and the operations occurring while those applications were being made, the operations within SPS are directly relevant to the matters bearing here, including the bids that were made, when the bids were selected, how they were selected, what was the forecasting relative to when the application was made. There's many significant matters bearing upon how SPS operated in submitting its application to New Mexico EDD, relevant to the projects being proposed here.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Any parties wish to share their thoughts and perspectives?
Yes, Mr. Examiner.
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. SPS does not object on the Economic Development Department documents. However, they are already in the record. The parties haven't seemed to realize that the application was attached to Ms. Labor Tercero's testimony, and that the certification letter was provided in response to a bench request that's been admitted into the record. So I don't think administrative notice is necessary of those documents. They're already in the record.
So you're saying this is a moot issue?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynch, do you believe that these the application is included in the record?
I believe that there's a version of the application in the record. SPS submitted 2 applications, one in June and another in August, and the dates of those submissions are relevant.
Okay, so I wanted to take both of these together because they share certain characteristics that I think bear on a ruling relative to subsection F. But I want to sort of draw back for a second here and talk about administrative notice. And we've discussed this, hearing examiner Hurst and I, in prior hearings and even in this hearing, I believe, with respect to certain prerogatives and discretion that the hearing examiners have in the conduct and the administration of the evidentiary hearings. This is true with respect to bench requests and as well as administrative notice. It is our position that administrative notice is not an avenue that is really available to parties that could otherwise secure evidence through discovery or through other means of trial preparation or preparation for the hearing. So with respect to that, we feel that taking administrative notice is something that really originates out of those duties and the discretion that is granted to the hearing examiners. It's not something that is necessarily available to the parties vis-a-vis discovery or other preparation for the hearings. The other thing I want to say about this is that subsection F deals with official records. And so the Jaqueños testimony is not an official record. It is not a rule, a report, an order, a record, or other document prepared and issued by any governmental authority. It is the submission of SPS. That is a document prepared by a private party. I would also say the same with respect to the application of SPS to the Economic Development Department. Now, the PUCT and the Economic Development Department may possess these documents, but that is not the same to say that they are prepared and issued by those governmental agencies. So the hearing examiners here determined that subsection F is not even proper were the hearing examiners inclined to take administrative notice of those documents, that subsection is not the proper means or manner to get those into the record. So the other thing that I want to say is that well, I think that's enough for the two petitions, because the Jaqueños testimony, I don't believe is related to Dr. Hall's testimony. I don't believe it's related to her scope of testimony. And this is not something I think that is properly brought up at this time. And the other thing I would say that it's apparent, at least from the applicant's point of view, that the application, whether a version of it or not, is attached to staff witness Leyva Tercero's testimony. And I would just finally reiterate that these documents and these materials are able to be brought into an evidentiary hearing. But the hearing examiner Hurst and I are not inclined to admit them at this time for those reasons. So what's your third petition is for the administrative notice of scientific facts. Is that correct, Ms. Lynch?
Yes, and may I respond first?
I've just ruled
No.
Lynch, so no, there's no response needed at this point. Let's proceed to your next request.
Thank you. I did conduct my research. I do have a request to make about the admission of the generally scientific and technical facts that were struck from Dr. Ann-Lynn Hall's testimony. They are all of the citations and the relevant material that SPS requested be struck are generally recognized and accepted in their fields. Their facts, it's generally accepted that air pollution exists. What are the sources of the air pollution? The resources cited to are peer reviewed. The material is general fact. And so their relevance to this matter and their potential to influence the trier in this matter, which includes hearing examiners and commissioners, is significant. It shouldn't be discounted that the resources being proposed will cause significant pollution.
Okay, that's
in the
testimony,
communities
Ms.
surrounded
That's
around
testimony.
them.
That's testimony. That's not
Okay, but that is the
argument.
generally accepted scientific and technical facts that were struck from Dr. Hall's testimony.
Okay. Any party wish to respond to the petition of Prosperity Works on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Examiner.
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. The way I see the request is really an attempt to unstrike the portions of the testimony of Dr. Hall that have been stricken. I think that there are numerous footnote citations in the testimony that have been stricken. I don't think it's appropriate to avoid that ruling by taking notice of facts, alleged facts, when the documents cited in the testimony are not in the record and cannot be put into the record as a result of the stricken testimony.
Okay, so let's talk about this issue for a second. And I wish to reiterate what I said earlier about how administrative notice functions. This is something that arises out of the duty and the discretion granted to the presiding officer in the commission's procedural rules. So it's not necessarily prohibited that a party asks for something to be noticed administratively or officially by the presiding officer, but it is something that originates out of the authority and purview of the presiding officer. I want to say also that here, Dr. Hall did refer to such alleged facts in her testimony. SPS did file a motion to strike that testimony, and the hearing examiners ruled accordingly. And the hearing examiners ruled so because of the focus and specialization of Dr. Hall as an expert in her field, which the hearing examiners determined did not include or extend to the expertise or reliability with respect to testifying on scientific matters, chemical issues, pollution, etc. In the review of the Dr. Hall's testimony, these alleged facts that are now being asked of the hearing examiners to take administrative notice of come from, I believe, one single article, Climate, Health, and Equity Implications. Now, again, the hearing examiners already determined that Dr. Hall does not have the expertise or the reliability to sponsor such testimony as an expert, and determined accordingly. So at this point, to ask for administrative notice, I feel does try to have a second bite of the apple with respect to the denial of the inclusion of that testimony that the hearing examiners already ruled on. Now, the thing that I think is important also to remember here is that if the parties remember that subsection A of Rule 35 requires that the evidence in an evidentiary hearing be necessary, competent, and trustworthy. And so that means that we have to ensure that what is being proffered, whether admitted through a witness or whether we take administrative notice of it, has those qualities. The hearing examiners here determine that the offer of scientific facts through one peer-reviewed article is insufficient to satisfy those characteristics. I would also say, Ms. Lynch, I don't know if this is humorous to you, but it's very serious to us. It's very serious.
It is serious to me.
Okay. And I would also say that the scientific facts and administrative notice or official notice of scientific facts or judicial notice include such things as breathalyzers and the scientific manner in which those functions, or radar machines to determine speeding. Judges and tribunals take administrative facts of those kinds of elements. Now, there's another aspect to the authority or discretion for administrative tribunals to take administrative notice of things that are within their specialization. The Public Regulation Commission is not a agency that specializes in the regulation of pollution or chemical emissions or things like that. So given these considerations, the hearing examiners determine that we will not be taking administrative notice of the purported scientific facts in Dr. Hall's testimony. So please proceed, Ms. Lynch, unless there's any other separate petitions that you would like us to consider.
With that, sir, thank you for your consideration. It's very well thought out. I pass this witness to be cross-examined or examined as was corrected earlier by hearing examiner Hurst by any other party.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Are there any questions for Dr. Hall? I believe SPS had reserved 10 minutes.
Mr. Examiner, we do not have questions for Dr. Hall.
Okay, does any other party have cross-examination for the witness? Hearing none, hearing examiner Hurst, do you have Mr. Walker?
I'm sorry, you stuck up on me quickly. So, thank you, Your Honor. I have a few questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
All right. Ms. Glick, where are you?
Oh, Mr. Walker, we're not on Ms. Glick yet. We're with Dr. Ann-Lynn Hall.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do not have questions. I'm very sorry.
No problem, Mr. Walker. Hearing examiner Hurst, do you have questions for this witness?
Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer. I do have a few questions for Dr. Hall. Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon, hearing examiner.
Is this your first testimony with us?
It is.
Welcome.
Thank you.
My understanding of reviewing your testimony and your attachment is that it looks like you've spent a significant amount of time employed with Central New Mexico Community College.
That's true.
And you had various roles within your tenure there. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it about 10 years?
I was there 19 years.
19 years. And it looks like that primarily your roles had to do with student services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Within student services, my primary role was supporting students who didn't think college was the right place for them. And that was really about supporting low-income students.
And I see you also did things like providing leadership to the particular division when you were vice president during a reorganization. Is that correct?
Yes.
And leading strategy to support employees to safely return to work after the pandemic, correct?
Yes.
And then it looks like as an executive director of student workforce success, you led strategic redesign of work-based learning programs, career services, and job placements. Is that right?
Yes.
You also worked with employers to ensure that the college supported their workforce development and acquisition needs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you have a bachelor's in women's study and third world studies, correct?
Yes.
A master's in counseling with specialization in community and school counseling,
Yes.
correct? Did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you also have a doctorate in educational leadership. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your recent employment, you became the Chief Executive Officer of Prosperity Works in February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
So just wanted to get a little more clarification on your testimony. And when on page 4 of your testimony, when you're answering the question that was posed at line 8, what's the purpose of your testimony? You respond on line 9, the purpose of my testimony is to provide evidence to the commission about the unique needs of LMI New Mexicans, support the interest of LMI customers in Southwestern Public Service companies, and that you discuss concerns with both the gas generation plants, and you also have concerns regarding increased energy costs and resulting energy burdens that you believe will have a detrimental effect on SPS's residential ratepayers. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you are going on in your testimony about the specific low-income population in SPS's territory, I'm wondering whether or not you ever quantified a particular number of SPS residential customers that you thought qualified under the under how you define a low income customer.
In my testimony, I don't provide a specific number of SPS customers. I don't believe that SPSS is a statistical software, provides that number. But if we estimate that half of New Mexicans are low to moderate income, we would extrapolate that half of SPS's customers are low income.
Well, I mean, do you think that's a very accurate assumption? Well, what would you, why do you think that would be appropriate to just say half to use that quantification?
Well, my sense is it's likely higher than 50% given the communities that are in SPS's territory and the information we have about those particular communities. The best number would be if SPS could provide that number directly related to data that they may have.
Is it possible SPS doesn't know the financial circumstances of the customers they have?
It is possible, yes.
I mean, SPS is probably going to have information about its residential customers, about how much electricity they use and whether or not they pay their bill on time, right?
I am not an expert about what data SPS does or does not have, so I don't know that I could answer that question for you.
Okay. Dr. Hall, what information do you think SPS has that could answer the question?
Yeah, they might have data about customers that receive that have received LIHEAP benefits.
And for the court record, will you define the acronym LIHEAP?
Yes, if I can remember it. Low Income Heating Energy Assistance Program.
And can you define in the record what LIHEAP is?
Yes, so customers can apply once a year to have a utility bill paid, either an electric or gas bill paid if they are low income. The number of customers that are able to apply, the need exceeds the capacity of that program to supply the demand for customers that need help paying their utility bill.
And it's a finite amount that the low income customer can get.
I believe so.
And it's based on income qualifying household resources.
Yes.
How would SPS is SPS provided with LIHEAP information about its customers?
I believe that SPS would receive payments from LIHEAP for their customers, for customers that qualify.
Could your organization find out the potential affected low-income customers in SPS's territory by survey?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I'm wondering if Prosperity Works has a way of trying to ascertain who the low-income customers are in SPS's service territory.
As an organization, we would not survey SPS's customers to determine that number. There may be other ways to determine that. And I believe that SPS is also proposing a low income rate, so they might have access to that data as well.
And in what proceeding or context do you believe SPS is offering a low income rate?
If I recall, during their last rate case, they proposed a low income rate that was not allowed because that wasn't allowed in our state at the time. But I do believe that they're trying to move forward another low income rate.
Are you aware of a change in the legislation that would allow the commission to approve such a rate?
I believe one passed during the last legislative session, the ability for that to happen.
Okay. Know any more about it? Do you know a specific statutory reference?
Not off the top of my head, no. I'd have to look that up.
Okay. But you think SPS has proposed in its current rate case a low income rate?
Yes.
And in there, if I understand your testimony, then you think if that got approved, then they potentially would be able to identify those customers that applied for that rate.
Yes. They'd have to have a mechanism to be able to do that.
Dr. Hall, you also on page 7 of your testimony, you're responding to the inquiry at line 15, what is energy burden? And you testify beginning at line 16, household energy burden is the percentage of gross household income spent on energy costs, excluding energy costs for transportation fuel. That's your testimony?
Yes.
And I think your point of your testimony at pages 7 and 8, you're indicating that the commission needs to be aware and informed as to the economic bill impact, which you discuss continuing on page 7 on to page 8. And then specifically, you're quoting SPS at line 8 through 10. SPS states that within the residential ratepayer class, it expects the bill impact to be $61.03. And for customers on residential heating service rate, the bill impact to be $38.04. That's your testimony, Dr. Hull?
Yes, it is.
Do you know, can you quantify that part of the testimony that you've pulled out to a time period of when you believe that bill impact would be in place?
You mean at what point customers would start seeing that $61.03 increase?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out, is that 2030? Is that, it's gradually going to get to that point? Or I just like some more information of your understanding of when this particular amount as it relates to your energy burden testimony would occur.
Well, I would add that the $61.03 is a monthly impact, and that the annual impact is $720 for the average residential customer. I don't believe that I know exactly when that bill impact would happen for customers.
Okay. I also want to know about your testimony on page 13. The question posed on line 5 and 6, do low-income people care about climate change and clean energy technologies? And you begin your answer on line 7, yes. Prosperity Works recently surveyed low-income communities in New Mexico and found that they express concerns about pollution, climate change, and the availability of renewables. That's your testimony?
It is my testimony.
Can you give me more information about when that survey was conducted, to whom it was conducted, what kind of responses you got? Can you quantify some information about this survey?
Yes, we've conducted two different surveys. The first one was residential customers in the Albuquerque area, not in the SPS territory, while we were doing energy efficiency upgrades in those households. And we were able to ask customers questions related to pollution and climate change. And what we found is that customers did care about pollution and climate change as part of that survey, and about availability of renewables. We also conducted a survey in relationship to community solar, and really trying to understand how customers felt about community solar, and whether or not customers were more interested in hearing about lowering their bill, or about whether or not they were receiving their electricity through a method that would support lower pollution. And in both of those places, we heard from customers that they really do care about the climate. That we heard things about that people were the original owner is the wrong land, the custodian of the land, and about really wanting to take care of the state and the community where they live.
So this residential survey that you conducted in the Albuquerque area, when was that done?
It was about 3 years ago.
So 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how it was conducted? Was it conducted via sending out something in the mail, or was it an actual face-to-face?
It was one-on-one, face-to-face, while we were doing the energy efficiency in people's homes.
So Prosperity Works actually has an energy efficiency program?
Yes, ma'am.
For low-income people, I'm imagining?
Yes.
And any idea how many people that the survey was composed of?
I'd have to look back at the exact number, but I recall about 300 people.
Okay. Did you actually provide any type of ranking or quantification of the results of that survey?
We do have the results of the survey in like a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, I just wondered, for example, whether or not the survey included things other than utility or environmental concerns.
Well, we asked some demographic questions so we better understood who we were surveying. We also asked whether or not people knew about other energy efficiency programs that are provided. So it was a longer survey that had additional information in it. Yes.
Did the survey include any questions about affordability?
There was a question related to whether or not people had struggled to pay utility bills in the last year. So I don't know that it was exactly, do you feel like your utility bills are affordable? But there was a question that in my mind would be connected to affordability. Yes.
Okay. Did you make any differentiation between how the electricity or gas service would be provided? So for example, when you were asking about renewables, did you ask, would you be willing to pay more to have your electric service come from renewables than you would from a carbon source?
I don't believe that we ask a question like that.
Okay. And the second survey you said was with relationship to community solar?
Yes,
Okay, the community solar program
correct.
or a specific installation?
The community solar program. We wanted to better understand what people knew about community solar and also what messages in terms of that program would land for people, because we knew that there have been predatory solar programs in our state, not programs, but predatory communities. Let me start over. Predatory solar products. And we wanted to make sure that we understood what people knew about community solar.
And in what context did you conduct this survey?
It was a small group, face-to-face survey.
Okay, I mean, in a
Focus
particular,
group.
pardon me?
A focus group.
How did you get your focus group members?
We recruited them from people that we work with as part of our asset building work.
So does that mean other organizations that serve or provide service to low income persons?
No, these were all people that receive services directly from Prosperity Works. We have a couple of asset building programs where people are able to save money, and we match that. They're matched savings accounts. And so we invited folks from that broader group to come talk with us about community solar.
Were those potential recipients for community solar programs?
Yes, they would all be folks that could sign up for community solar.
I wanted to talk with you, Dr. Hall, about your recommendations to the commission. I think you began on page 4, question posed at line 21. How shall SPS modify its request in consideration of its LMI customers? Your answer begins at line 23, goes on to the next page through page 5 through line 16. And I wanted to focus on your third bullet point at line 7. Along with proposing these new resources, SPS should include a measurable number of low income households. It must engage in all of its energy use reduction programs and provide a report on the participation percentage of low income households, as well as why SPS did not enroll the full number of low income households in its energy use reduction programs. That's your recommendation?
Yes, it is.
That's a long one.
And a multi-part one.
It is. So I'm just wondering with that, whether or not you recommend, and I guess the precursor question would be, does Prosperity Works engage in public utility energy efficiency proceedings before the commission?
Yes, we do.
And so have you done that yet?
We have in other cases, yes. I have not. I have
Okay.
supervised someone that has done that.
Okay, so you're familiar with them is what I'm just trying to get to. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that is
So
correct.
am I to understand your testimony here about including a measurable number of low-income households? That you think there should be some type of quota in SPS's energy efficiency programs, a certain number or certain specific in an existing program, or that there should be a specific low income program that all of SPS's customers would qualify for?
I believe it's important that all of our IOUs have measurable goals related to serving low-income households in our state, and specifically around energy use reduction programs. And so to answer your question, I think it could be both existing programs and future programs. But what's important in having a goal is it allows all of us to know exactly what SPS is planning on doing and whether or not they are or are not meeting their own goals related to serving low-income customers.
Your next bullet point at line 12 says SPS should demonstrate here how demand response programs can reduce load forecasts and how it is engaging and enrolling customers in its demand response programs. That's your testimony, Dr. Hall?
It is.
Do you have specific details on how you think SPS, how and in what context SPS should comply with this recommendation?
There's been a lot of discussion, and I have unfortunately not been able to participate in all of the testimony the last few days. But there's been a lot of testimony related to the increased demand that exists related to load. And one of the key things that could be done is to really look at how do we work with customers to lower their demand and how that impacts the load overall for customers. This is especially important in low LMI communities to talk about how are customers able to reduce their loads.
Do you provide that kind of individual and educational instruction through the Prosperity Works energy efficiency program?
We do.
Isn't that type of information also provided in any other state offered existing energy efficiency program?
I don't know that I would be the best person to answer questions about what the state does or does not offer related to energy efficiency. What I would say related to LMI customers is that there are a lot of programs out there, and it's sometimes hard to navigate all the different programs that are out there. And as an example, today I'm at a training for folks who want to learn how to be financial coaches, and really being able to help LMI customers understand how they can lower their bills is an important piece of the puzzle for LMI customers. And being able to reduce the amount of electricity that you're using is a key piece to being able to lower your bill, especially in an environment like the one that we're looking at here, where the proposal is to increase people's bills by $61 a month, which is a significant increase in someone's bill.
Do you know whether that SPS is already doing this in their energy efficiency programs that relate to low-income persons?
I don't know if SPS is already doing this.
And then the last bullet point on line 15 says, in its next rate case, quantify how much the proposed low-income rate will offset the energy burden for low-income customers. That's your testimony, Dr. Hall?
It is.
And you say in its next rate case, you're not talking about the current one, are you? Or are you?
Well, as an advocate for LMI customers, I would want it to happen as soon as possible.
So it could apply then to their pending case.
Yes, it could.
Okay. All right. So I guess what I'd like to know from you is these last 3 bullet points that we've gone over have to do with what SPS needs to do with regard to its service regarding energy usage, providing low-income rates, providing low-income programs, producing reports on those activities. Does that generally characterize those 3 bullet points?
Yes, it does.
So my question to you is, well, all of those things may be very laudable goals for SPS and any other utility to engage in. What do those requirements and recommendations have to do with the requests for generation and reliability that SPS has requested in this particular case?
It's a good question. What I would say is that in this request that SPS is making, SPS will not lose money on this because that's not how our investor-owned utilities are set up. However, low-income community members will pay for these generating stations at a monthly cost that is significant and will be extraordinary for those households. And so these 3 bullet points look at ways that SPS could engage LMI households in ways to lower their bills and to set goals for themselves related to how they can demonstrate that they understand the impact to LMI customers and that they are working in ways to help LMI customers lower that shock, either by helping them reduce costs or through demand response programs, by reducing costs through an LI rate, and also demonstrating that they have a concrete goal of serving LI customers and that they meet those goals.
Very well. I appreciate your time, Dr. Hall. Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for you. Hearing Examiner Schaefer.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. I have no questions for you, Dr. Hall. Ms. Lynch, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I do not have redirect at this time. Thank you.
Does anybody else have an interest to recross-examine the witness? No? Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Hall, for your participation in our proceeding, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, may I say something off the record?
Yes, sir.
I do not know that any portion or the exhibit itself was admitted. I don't think anybody admitted the witness's exhibit. I'm just mentioning that.
I asked for it to be admitted before passing the witness.
I'll go back on the record.
So just to put some belts and suspenders on this, does any party object to the admission of Dr. Hall's testimony as provided by CCAE and corrected pursuant to our order in this matter? Hearing none, it is admitted. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I appreciate it. Ms. Lynch, in an effort for us to admit our last witness, could you have your witness leave the Zoom, please?
Yes, Dr. Anlin Hall, could you please leave this room and go to the next one?
I think
Or
she did.
go to the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, I believe that we're near the end here. And I believe that we have gotten to the point of having the New Mexico Department of Justice offer its witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Before I do that, I have a request on the Dropbox. I've been working with an administrative assistant, and we have inadvertently filed numerous copies of our testimony in the Dropbox. She is unable to delete them. I would ask that these previous copies be deleted, and the latest one that was filed this afternoon be the one that everybody works from.
Yeah, so Mr. Harris, that, and I'm saying this also for the benefit of the court reporter, we'll get to the admission of the testimony here in a minute when the witness is sworn in, but just for confirmation, that's NMDOG Exhibit 1, direct testimony of Devi Glick. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was uploaded at 1:44 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. You may proceed.
Would you like me to swear the witness, Judge?
Yes, just making sure that Mr. Harris' witness was here, and I see Ms. Glick. Hello,
Right
Ms.
here.
Glick. Mr.
Hello.
Lee will swear you in when he is ready. He will let you know when he's ready. Thank you.
Ms. Glick, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Devi Glick.
Would you spell it, please?
Deviglick.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Synapse Energy Economics.
Did you file testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
On whose behalf?
New Mexico Department of Justice.
Could you tell us how you labeled that testimony?
I believe New Mexico DOJ Exhibit 1.
Do you have any exhibits to accompany this testimony?
I believe there's one attachment, which is my resume.
No, that was not that's not part of the Exhibit 1. We just have the summary of your experience. Do you remember summarizing your experience in the testimony?
In the body of the testimony, yes.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections?
I do not.
If I asked you these questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. At this point, Madam and Mr. Hearing Examiners, I'd like to move this testimony into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Are there any objections to the admission of NMDOJ Exhibit 1, Devi Glick, direct testimony? Hearing no objection, it is admitted. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
I would like to pass the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I believe that SPS had reserved 30 minutes for Ms. Glick. Is that correct, Ms. Hardy?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, I do have some questions for Ms. Glick.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Glick.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hardy.
Good to see you. It's been a while. In this case, SPS is not seeking new resources solely for the purpose of serving new load, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
SPS is retiring some of its existing resources, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Including the Tolk coal plant, right?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding the Southwest Power Pool Planning Reserve Margin increase, which you discuss in your testimony, did you hear Mr. Cooley's hearing testimony?
No, I have not been present for most of the hearing.
Are you aware that SPS did advocate for a lower winter planning reserve margin requirement?
I would accept that if he testified to that.
Okay. Regarding load growth, on page 23 of your direct testimony, you discussed the electrification forecast, which SPS provided in its integrated resource planning proceeding, correct?
Let me go to page 23. Yes, I do.
And the electrification forecast was an alternative scenario, right?
Yes, I understand it was alternative to the planning and the financial forecasts.
Okay. And it wasn't the forecast that SPS relied on in the IRP, was it?
If by that, do you mean it wasn't, my understanding it was not the one that they used as the basis of their preferred portfolio or resource, their main resource plan, but it was used as a alternative example, alternative scenario.
Thank you. And that was my question.
Okay.
Okay. And it's not the electrification forecast is not the forecast SPS is relying on in this case either, right?
Correct. My understanding is that was not used as the basis of the resources that are being requested here.
You talk in your testimony about the Southwest Power Pool's capacity accreditation, and you take issue with SPP's capacity accreditation process, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And FERC did approve the ELCC and performance-based accreditation methodologies, correct?
So my understanding is that FERC approved the methodologies and the reserve margins that SPP is using and that are being used as the basis of this. But as I discussed in my testimony, they did express the commissioners did express concern with the methodologies that were being used and the inconsistency of the capacity accreditation across resource types. So my interpretation was they agreed that SPP needed a higher reserve margin and needed something different than what they currently had, but did not condone the entirety of the methodology. They accepted it as kind of the lesser of the evils.
Ultimately, though, they approved it, right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And the resources that SPS proposes here provide capacity in accordance with those FERC-approved methodologies, right?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hardy, can you start your question again?
Sure. The resources that SPS proposes here provide capacity in accordance with those FERC-approved methodologies, correct?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, but there's a difference between meeting a reserve margin today and meeting one further down the road. So the FERC-approved methodology, it's SPS is required to meet the SPP reserve margin today, but the methodology could change, the ELCC methodology could change in the future. So the main concern, I don't have a concern with SPS meeting the reserve margin that's required by SPP today. What I'm concerned about is that the methodology is flawed and could change in the future, could be improved in the future, in which case the reserve margin could be lower, and there's a concern about overbuilding to meet a flawed reserve margin that could be corrected in the future.
But at this point, SPS's resources that it's proposing in this case provide capacity in accordance with the currently approved ELCC methodology, right?
I guess I'm not entirely, what do you mean by provide capacity in accordance with the methodology? I'm not totally clear what you're asking.
Sure. So you agree that SPS's proposed resources provide capacity, right?
Yes.
And the capacity, as it's been determined, is based on the FERC approved methodologies, right?
Oh, so the firm capacity that's being accredited to each resource is based, my understanding is based on FERC's methodology, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your testimony includes recommendations regarding the allocation of the cost of the self-build projects among SPS's customer classes, correct?
Can you point me to where specifically you're looking?
Sure. I'm talking about your recommendation that the newer resources be allocated to new customers and the existing resources be allocated to existing customers. Do you know which recommendation I'm talking about? Sure. And I had page numbers and then the, actually it's on page 27. At least it was on page 27, but I think your page numbers have changed
Yeah, they might
from the
have.
version I might be looking at. My question's actually pretty straightforward though. And it's, well, let's see if we can find the page.
If you look, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes, please.
If you look at page 30, the question, what can SBS do to protect ratepayers in light of these high resource costs? I think that's the passage you're looking for.
That is it. Thank you, Mr. Harris. So, Ms. Glick, my question, well, I can repeat it. So you're talking here about the allocation of cost among customer classes, right?
An allocation of cost, or it could even be just the selection of resources and procurement of resources. So I think there's various ways to address the issue I'm talking about here.
Okay. And it's correct though, isn't it, that SPS is not seeking approval of any customer class allocations in this case?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. I believe that large customer group was next with 20 minutes reserved.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Debbie, or Ms. Glick, sorry. For the record, my name is Austin Rushoff, on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group. I'd like to take a look at your recommendation number 1, which I believe is on page 11 of your testimony.
Yes.
On line 260 or 261.
I think it's on page 9 of mine, but it's the first recommendation, I assume. Yes.
Yeah, given your conversation just a moment ago with Ms. Hardy, I'm a little uncertain of my page numbers as well now. But your recommendation is that SPS should essentially look to break up portions of its new load and resources and allocate lower cost resources to existing non-large load customers, and then I guess allocate higher cost resources to new large customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you just had a question from Ms. Hardy that asked that whether SPS is proposing any class cost allocation in this case, and your answer was no. Do you agree that a general rate case is the appropriate forum to do that?
I agree that cost allocation generally comes up in a rate case, but in this context, my recommendation is about procurement and how the company should conduct procurement. So it's not specifically about a cost allocation issue. My concern is that with the SPP reserve margin change, the company doesn't have a choice about when to meet that. But with the timing of when it procures resources and meets new load, the company does have a choice. And in my mind, that can be addressed through a procurement issue. This is a CPCN relating to procurement. Doesn't have to necessarily be addressed as a cost allocation issue.
Okay, so are you saying that you don't recommend that low-cost resources be allocated to existing customers?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that for future resource procurement, the recommendation says the company should separately plan and separately address procurement so that they can identify resources necessary to meet the reserve margin separately from the resources identified to meet the new large load customers.
Okay, and
A.
I see that part A. I guess I'm focused on the sentence on 264 where you say, to serve load, the lowest cost resources should be allocated to existing and non-large load customers.
Sorry, to serve load.
To serve load, the lowest cost resources should be allocated to existing and non-large load customers. Is that correct? That is your testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If SPS were to begin allocating different resources to different types of customers, do you agree that they'd also have to adjust how they allocate fuel costs through their fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause?
I would imagine they would have to readjust how they allocate all costs associated with the new resources. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Glick, are you aware that the Public Utility Act prohibits utilities from charging discriminatory rates to certain customers?
So I would not I accept that that's true. I would not consider these discriminatory rates. I think it's important to understand that the cost of resources that are currently on the grid is lower than the cost of resources that are being added to the grid. And while the company has an obligation to serve customers, it does not have an obligation to serve customers on a specific timeline, that especially one that would negatively impact other ratepayers. And so if new large load customers want to come online in a timeline that is faster than the company can reasonably provide new resources at a reasonable cost, I think it's reasonable to expect that those customers will pay the premium required to come online at that pace.
Okay. Let's assume for a moment that changes in markets, changes in supply, what have you, that new resources in the next few years actually become cheaper than existing resources. Under that hypothetical, would you support the new resources that are lower cost being allocated only to new customers?
Well, I think what I say here is that with procurement, the process should happen in two separate buckets. So the first bucket should be to serve the existing customers or to serve the time sensitive or non-time optional issues. And then the second bucket should be to serve the, I guess, more flexible or less mandated by external factors like a reserve margin issue. So, and I guess I don't see how that's inconsistent.
Right. And to clarify, my question is if the second bucket of resources ended up being lower cost, would you support existing customers being allocated with the current high cost resources?
Objection. It's been asked, I'm sorry.
Mr. Harris, go ahead.
It's been asked and answered, and it's speculative.
Go ahead, Mr. Okay. Asked and answered and speculative. Mr. Rushoff, what's your response?
I don't believe it's been answered, or at least not the question I'm trying to ask. And I am asking about a hypothetical scenario. I mean, we are speculating about resource costs and future cost allocation. So I accept that it's a hypothetical, but I don't think that the witness is unable to answer it.
Okay, let me check here. I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Harris, and Ms. Glick, you may answer if you know.
So I think there's a difference between protecting ratepayers from high costs and which is what I'm talking about here. I think it's been customary in the past to offer, economic development rates or lower rates to large load customers. So that's not necessarily something that's totally new. I think that's been accepted when there were low cost excess resources in the past. So that doesn't seem, your question, a hypothetical, doesn't seem that much different than that. I think when it flips the other way, there's a need to protect customers in a way that there hasn't been in the past.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. I believe next in our line of interested parties, we have Mr. McMillan with OPL, who asked for 5 minutes. Is that still the case, Mr. McMillan?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe I can finish in 5.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. McMillan.
Hi, Ms. Glick. My name's Michael McMillan. I represent OPL. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. So I realize there are some page number issues, but on page 29 in the version of your testimony that I have, it starts with table 2 up at the top is where I want to start talking.
Okay, I've got table 2. Yep.
Is that also your page 29, or how should I?
28.
28. Okay, I will try to adjust on the fly. So on page 28 of your testimony in table 2, you list out the projected costs on a $ per kilowatt basis for the resources that SPS is proposing in this proceeding, right?
That's correct.
And then you go on over the next page to compare those costs to a study that was done by a company called GridLab, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you go toward the bottom of that page, the last full paragraph there, you start out by saying figure 3 shows data from a recent survey of CT costs in US utility filings. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And then the last 2 lines, I'm just going to read the part of the sentence after the comma, is the CT costs SPS is proposing are at the high end among current average CT costs. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
What do you mean there by current average CT costs?
So if you look at the regression line, the yellow line that's through the middle, the costs that I would classify as maybe the average or representative cost, the cost that SPS is putting forward for Gaines and Tolk for its CTs fall pretty high above that. So they fall, I guess, within the very high end of this chart. So they're not off the chart per se, but they are much higher than the cluster in the middle.
Gotcha. So when you say the yellow line, you mean the yellow line on figure 3 on, I guess it would be page 29 of your testimony?
Yeah, so for anyone in black and white, it's just the line labeled CT fit. It's the diagonal line in the middle.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the Gaines and Tolk facilities are anticipated to come into service in 2028 and 2029, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
So this average line on your figure 3 in 2028, that's roughly $1,400 per megawatt hour or per megawatt, or excuse me, per kilowatt.
That looks like that's about where it crosses, yes.
And then in 2029, that average hits roughly $1,500 per kilowatt, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot less data points in 2029 though. So 2028, there's a lot more data points. So then 2029, there's a lot less.
And would you agree with me that on your figure 3, each of these little plus signs that are identified as CT cost, that represents an individual project, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so would you agree with me that in your figure 3, it shows that none of the CT projects across that time frame had a projected cost over $2,000 per kilowatt, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so Ms. Glick, you also say just below figure 3 at the start of the next Q&A, you say that utilities across the country are currently facing increasing costs and lead times for all resources, especially gas units. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay, so the Grid Lab article that you pulled your figure 3 from, it also had information about a survey of CCGT costs, right?
Yeah, so the Grid Lab paper, it's a report that uses an AI tool to pull data from utility dockets. So it's actual data, and it covers combustion turbines and combined cycles in 2 separate graphs and figures.
Okay, Ms. Click, is it your understanding that if I click on this link or click on the link at the bottom there on that gridlab.org site that you have in your testimony, that it'll pull up a copy of that report?
It will, and I know they've updated it too with additional data points, so it's possible it might even pull up a more updated one with more data points. I'm not positive when that was being updated exactly.
Gotcha. Ms. Click, would you agree with me that in the data for combined cycle units, the similar chart to what you have here is your figure 3, but for combined cycle units, none of the projected costs for those projects exceed $2,500 per kilowatt?
I don't have that in front of me, so I don't remember the exact numbers.
Ms. Glick, are you in a position where you could perhaps click that link and pull up the chart to refresh your recollection?
Objection. If counsel wanted to refresh the witness's recollection, he could have brought a copy of the GridWorks report.
Your Honor, I could share my screen. I mean, it's the report itself was not attached to Ms. Glick's testimony or otherwise put into evidence. I just want to refresh her recollection of it to the extent that she's testifying that there are increasing costs for gas units generally. I just wanted the record to reflect.
Yes, Mr. McMillan, that's fine. I'll overrule the objection. I will note that you're at 6 minutes, so just for your housekeeping awareness.
Yeah, and this is my last line of inquiry, so this should be over relatively quickly. Ms. Glick, are you able to pull up the Grid Lab report that you relied on in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, so I am asking specifically about its figure 2, and it's on page 6 on the version that I pulled up. Can you just take a look at that and let me know when you've refreshed your recollection, and then I can ask you the question again?
Yes. I mean, I don't talk about figure 2 or combined cycle plants in this testimony. But yes, none of them are above 2,500. It's not what I testified to, though, in my testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Glick. Your Honor, that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Mr. Walker, I believe you are next with 5 minutes as well for Ms. Glick. Are you prepared?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Glick. It's been a few years. Your Honor, I think I actually have all I need, and I'll have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your sharing that with us. I think that's all the parties that requested time to cross-examine Ms. Glick. I would ask Hearing Examiner Hurst if she has any questions for Ms. Glick.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I do have a couple of questions for Ms. Glick. Ms. Glick, welcome back.
Thank you.
I note, and I hadn't recalled this from your prior appearances, but I note on you're giving your summary of your work experience and educational background, beginning on line Oh. Hang on. Beginning on line 22 of page 3. And I note that on page 4, at lines 4 and 5, you say you have directly run the Encompass and the Plexos, capital P, capital L, capital E, capital X, capital O, capital S, electricity system models, and have reviewed inputs and outputs for several other models. That's your testimony, Ms. Glick?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you happen to run them for your testimony here for SPS?
Well, SPS doesn't use Plexo, so I definitely wouldn't have run that.
Right.
And no, it wasn't within the scope of my work to run the Encompass model. I have run SPS's Encompass files for prior IRP and CPCN dockets, but that was not within my scope of work for this docket.
Okay, but you could have.
I could have gotten their, I suppose I could have got, I'm not sure, I could have asked for their IRP files and their CPCN files and looked at them if they had agreed to offer to provide them.
Okay, well, you're the first person that I can recall that has directly spoken about being able to run Encompass.
Well, it's a
So-
very long process though. So especially given the initial timeline, it's definitely not something that would have been feasible with the initial timeline to run the Encompass model.
I just wonder if you had an opportunity to do that, do you think that potentially they might have that might have assuaged some of your concern regarding the validity of, say, like the load forecast?
No, load forecasts are developed completely separate from the Encompass model, so that's an input. So that I didn't have I didn't express specific concerns about their IRP process or their resource selection process, which is what the Encompass model would have been used for.
Okay. You have several recommendations that you've made to the commission with regard to SPS's request in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And looking at the summary of those recommendations, beginning on page 10 of your testimony, you indicate that the commission needs to require SPS to break out the portion of new load and new resources attributed to existing customers and inclusive of the capacity needed to fulfill the updated SPP reserve margin, and isolate the portion of new load and resources attributed to new customers. Is that correct?
That is one of my recommendations, yes.
And do you have any precedent or theory or legal authority that would allow the commission to sort of segregate load in the way that you've recommended?
So my understanding is that the company has an obligation to serve, but they don't have an obligation to serve on a set timeline. So they have to meet the SPP reserve margin, right? Like that's not something that's optional. That's something they have to do by a certain date. That should be the first priority, right? So what I'm suggesting is making that the first procurement priority, then making a second procurement priority, meeting new large load that the company has an obligation to meet and wants to meet, but that they don't necessarily have that same external date requirement to meet. And doing the procurement in separate buckets so that you have your first sets of resources that are the lowest cost ones that come in that meet the reserve margin. And then you have your next procurement, your next set of resources that come in that can be used to meet the large load customers. And if those are more expensive than the large load customers want, the large load customers at least have a full idea of what those costs are.
But in your proposed scenario, don't you have to be able to identify particular characteristics for the load or for replacement of the load by resource type? And the ability of the resource? So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, in your bucket scenario, are all generation sources equal in your putting them in the different buckets?
So no, and so I think ideally the way that SPS would have approached this would have been through its resource plan, had running different scenarios. So a scenario where you just have the reserve margin and you see what you need to meet the incremental reserve margin. And then you do a scenario where you layer the larger load on top of that and to isolate these. The challenge that I outline in the testimony is there's such a large quantity of new load being put together that is made up of very different components that have different legal obligations, legal ramifications, and it's impossible the way SPS has approached it. And I do appreciate that there is time constraints. I'm not saying this was malicious or deliberate. I'm just saying that the way it's been done prevents the ability to understand the incremental cost of serving the reserve margin versus the new large load customers.
Do you have any examples where this particular process is utilized and has been successful?
So I haven't seen any. The only other applications I've seen with, order of magnitude this many gigawatts, I mean, it was in Georgia where there was 9 gigawatts. I don't believe there's been final rulings on that. I know in Georgia there were also suggestions made by parties to, and even by staff, to essentially rank projects in order and allocate the lower and start with the lower cost ones and only allow the lower cost ones to be essentially built first based on the uncertainty of load. I don't have any other examples, though. I haven't seen other applications where the utilities have been asking for this quantity, 4 gigawatts, 5 gigawatts of new resources without there being specific customer contracts. Like you have Meta in Louisiana, but that was a specific customer contract. So I think part of the challenge is that this is a really challenging new situation. But when you see the number of 47% rate increase for existing customers, it warrants a different and more nuanced approach to understand why is that happening.
Are you currently participating in SPS's current rate case before the commission?
I'm not.
Essentially, with regard to that recommendation, you're also recommending other conditions with, should the commission choose to authorize the CCNs requested, correct?
In the same recommendation, or are you talking about in
No, the next one,
the next one?
at line 11.
Yes, so what I'm concerned about here is the lack of clarity on how certain the load is. And so if you're, I've heard just I was asked several times today about, is this a rate case? It's cost allocation at issue. I think the challenge with cost allocation, looking at it totally separately, is if you're approving resources for uncertain load, and you're not thinking about tariffs or cost allocation in combination with that, then you might be approving resources for which you don't actually have certain customers. And so then if you're saying, oh, we'll look at tariffs separately later on, and then you get to tariffs, but then you have less customers than you actually
Sorry,
end up
ma'am.
having the load
I'm
for.
sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. You're breaking up. After approving resources for uncertain customers, can you start again, please?
Sorry, can you repeat where you need me to restart?
It was the very next thing you were saying, totally separately, as if you are approving resources for an uncertain load and you're not thinking about tariffs or cost allocation in combination with that, then you might be approving resources for uncertain customers.
Yes, you might be approving resources for which you have no customers. So even if you design the best tariff or the best cost allocation methodology, you have more load than you actually need to serve, and somebody has to pay for that. And that's a pretty big challenge to ask existing ratepayers to do that.
And your recommendation in your third item at line 23, you want the commission to require SPS to provide more robust justification for its large load forecast, such as providing information on the level of financial and contractual commitment that each new large load has made to justify SPS building the resources. Correct?
Yes.
Have you heard the testimony that some of the information that was provided from SPS's customers or potential customers was in fact had documentation?
I have not been able to follow along on the whole hearing, so I was not able to listen to that testimony. My concern is just that it wasn't super clear in the direct testimony. So I've done work in, Dominion, Virginia, for example, where the company presents a load forecast that clearly shows like which portion of load is under transmission contracts, which portion of load has an energy service agreement. It very clearly breaks out how the load forecast was developed and like what level of certainty is assigned to each and which portion is actually in the load forecast that was used to produce the procurement request. So if that information was provided here, it wasn't just provided in a way that I was able to easily find or digest in a way that I have seen in others, for example, as I said, Dominion, Virginia.
Very well. So then if we go on the next page, one of your recommendations has to do with large load tariff.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review any of the other intervener or staff witnesses with regard to them also making a large load tariff?
I haven't reviewed the specifics, but I am aware that other interveners made similar or even more specific recommendations on large load tariffs.
Is there anything that distinguishes your large load tariff that you want to highlight that might be different from theirs?
No, and I don't believe that I lay out very specific recommendations on what that tariff should look like. My recommendation, I think, is more that there needs to be a process, and that process should be concurrent or started very soon to develop a new large load tariff. There's precedent for that. I mean, it's happening in commissions across the country to develop large load tariffs so that there's certainty for the large load customers on what cost they're going to pay. I mean, I don't think that large load customers want to be putting a lot of their costs on other ratepayers. I think many of them are willing to pay their share. They just need certainty on what that looks like.
Well, and I just wondered sort of how it related to your testimony on, let me find it. It was on my page. It's your page 25, lines 12 and 13. And the question posed is, how is SPS currently planning to provide service to these large load customers? And then you begin your answer at line 11, and you say SPS serves oil and gas customers and data centers under primary general LGS-T 69 kV and LGS-T 115 kV rate classes. SPS does not have a large load class that is separate from its 115 kV plus load class. That's your testimony?
Yes.
So I was just wondering, after seeing that, if that corresponds to your bullet point 4, that that this proposed recommendation to have a new large load tariff actually would be broadened or related to having to redefine what large load customer was.
So I don't know, I have not read these specific tariffs to know exactly what is in this, and I'm not I don't make specific recommendations on the tariff itself. I'm not a tariff rate design expert myself. But my understanding is that the new large load customers, if you just put them under the existing primary general rate, it does not capture the size and some of the issues of cost allocation and minimum bills. So there are issues with ensuring that their minimum bill covers their actual incremental cost, and that contract terms about how long are they locked in and guaranteeing that they're going to be receiving service from. So there's a lot of aspects of large load tariffs that are popping up around the country that haven't been captured traditionally by general service tariffs, because there wasn't necessarily a need in the past to capture all of those terms.
So is the answer to my question yes?
Could you re-ask your question? Well, Yeah.
Would, as part of trying to implement your recommendation, would SPS have to come up with a new specific definition for this new large load tariff for data centers under a new class?
I believe so, but once again, I did not get into the weeds of that.
Okay.
My recommendation is more high level, that it needs to be critically evaluated.
Okay. If you ask for something, you gotta tell us exactly what you want.
There was
Okay.
a lot of content in this, a lot of things to get through.
No, I understand. You know, I'm sort of joking with you, but on a more serious note,
Yeah.
I am serious because again, you know, I think parties have to have the courage of their convictions. And if you want something, you have to tell us, you know, you don't just want a car, you know, I want a 1927, you know, whatever, or, you know, a 2019 Lamborghini. Okay. Because, you know, whatever, we need to know exactly what it is that the parties want, to be able to consider. But I have one more question. I want to go on to your point 5. In your bullet or not, it's not a bullet point. Your recommended point 5. Well, SPS must abide by SPP's reserve margins for the current calendar year and the NERD.
Sorry, Judge, can you start the quote again, please?
Yes, sir. While SPS must abide by SPP's reserve margins for the current calendar year and the near term, it should not plan its system over the long term based on the current SPP accreditation framework. In addition, the company should take a more active role in designing a capacity accreditation framework for all resources, not just renewables in the SPP. That's your testimony, Ms. Glick?
That's correct.
So as to the first part of that question, first part of your recommendation, my question is why not? I mean, public utilities shouldn't plan for what the accredited or organizational or legal requirements that are required of them?
So the reserve margins are set for individual years, and they're set based on meeting specific reliability requirements. So, you know, a 36% reserve margin is set based on the reliability modeling being used to calculate metrics such as loss of load expectation. So how often the utility expects to lose load. So that final number of 36%, for example, for the winter that comes up regularly here, that's set based on many other calculations, and it's set specific to the resource mix in specific years. So that number will change in future years as the resource mix changes, and therefore the loss of load probability changes. Capacity accreditation methodologies are also evolving very quickly. PJM, MISO, all of the markets are constantly doing working groups, working through how do you do capacity accreditation properly. And in PJM, they are using ELCC, effective load carrying capability studies, for all resource types. So not just for renewables, they're using a uniform methodology where you essentially look at how much of a new resource, how much of each specific resource you would need. If you take away 1,000 megawatts, what do you need of load, or you add 1,000 megawatts of load? How much of each specific resource type do you need to maintain a reliability level, a given required reliability level? In the absence of a consistent methodology, you might be assigning, legacy fossil resources one accreditation and then saying that, oh, it's fine, we're going to do 100% firm capacity, but we have outage schedules, so that accounts for it. Well, it's not the same thing. They need to use consistent methodology, and in approving the methodology, FERC commissioners explicitly recognized the shortcomings of the inconsistent capacity accreditation methodology. So my point is that it's recognized by even the commissioners at FERC who approved it that the methodology needs to be refined and improved and should be in the future, and that number will change. That number is not going to be 36% for the next 20 years.
And just so the record's clear, because you refer to PJM using the ELCC.
Yes.
So you're saying what? That's the gold standard?
Well, what I'm saying is that it's using a consistent, I'm not saying that the way PJM is doing it is perfect, but they have figured out a way to use a consistent methodology across resource types, which I would argue is what is the gold standard, is what SPP should be trying to do.
And then when you say in the absence of a consistent methodology, and then you refer to FERC commissioners recognizing shortcomings of the capacity accreditation methodology, you're not referring to PJM, you're referring to SPP.
Correct. So in approving the 36% reserve margin, the FERC commissioner, the ruling, I think I attached some links in my footnotes. The commissioners were clear that they understood that a higher reserve margin was needed for reliability. Keeping the lights on is very important, but that this had swung very far the other way as well. It was and needed to be improved.
Did you hear or review any of the SPS witness testimony on deficiency payments?
I did read some of it. I was not listening, but I did read it.
I mean, would you quantify it as significant?
You mean what they have to pay if they don't meet the reserve margin? Oh, I'm not suggesting that they should not meet the reserve margin. I'm saying that in the 36% reserve margin they have to meet in the near future is not necessarily the reserve margin that they're going to be required to meet further down the line, because with an improved methodology, that number is likely to be lower.
Wasn't that playing chicken? I mean, I just mean, wouldn't you say it's a gamble to be able to plan to meet existing requirements, knowing what the potential is if aside from not keeping the lights on, but that somehow you have not met your commitment to your regional transmission organization, and you're going to have millions of dollars of payments if you haven't met it, by thinking, oh, well, yeah, we have to meet that this year, but maybe next year or 5 years from now we won't. I mean, it just seems like generation planning that kind of puts it into a really risky plan there.
So I appreciate the challenge, and I'm not saying that SPS shouldn't be planning for 2 years down the road, but if you're looking at 10 years down the road, for example, and you have resource options that are smaller and more nimble and would allow you flexibility to wait and see how the methodology changes or is improved in the next few years, then that is something that you should consider. So I'm not saying, no, don't. Yeah, I'm saying like, it needs to be factored into your long-term planning that these numbers will change. and acting as though the number, and I'm not saying that this is what SPS is doing, but I'm just saying that they need to be really careful and to be nuanced in how they're planning around this reserve margin, because it's really high and it's driving a pretty large amount of capacity additions over the long term. And if it goes down, then they're going to end up with excess capacity. And now that capacity, I'm sure, would be used to serve the new large load customers, but they need to be careful about layering on excess capacity from meeting the reserve margin and from uncertain new large load customers, because then they could just end up with a lot of new resources and unmaterialized load or unmaterialized reserve margins if they're not careful.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Hearing Examiner Schaefer?
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. I have no questions for you, Ms. Glick, other than our appreciation for your participation. Mr. Harris, do you have any redirect for the witness?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Is there any party that would like to recross the witness based on the previous questions or Hearing Examiner Hurst's examination?
Mr. Examiner, I have just a couple of questions.
Please proceed, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Ms. Glick, parties can participate in IRP proceedings before the commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And regarding the procurement of resources in tranches or buckets, parties could raise that option in an IRP proceeding, couldn't they?
Yes, I believe so.
And parties can also make proposals regarding load forecasting in an IRP proceeding, right?
I believe through comments, yeah.
And regarding the discussion of the planning reserve margin, you agree that as a member of the SPP, SPS is required to meet the current planning reserve margin, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Hearing Examiner Schaefer.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Mr. Rushoff, would you like to recross the witness?
Yeah, thank you. Just one more question. Ms. Glick, when you were speaking with Hearing Examiner Hurst a few minutes ago, you discussed how SPS has an obligation to serve, but it doesn't have an obligation to serve within a certain time frame. Was that your testimony, more or less?
Yes.
So how long can SPS delay serving new load before it becomes a violation of their obligation to serve?
I don't know the legal definition or the legal requirements on that.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Rushoff?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. Any final recross for Ms. Glick? Yes, Mr. Harris.
I didn't have recross. I just wanted to say something very briefly. I'll wait until they have a chance to answer your question.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, well, I guess everybody has asked the questions that they had intended. Mr. Harris, do you want to ask your question before we excuse the witness?
You can excuse the witness. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make a comment to the parties and the tribunal.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Well, Ms. Glick, thank you again for your professionalism and contribution to our proceeding. We are grateful, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Harris, what would you like to share with us?
First of all, I would like to apologize for the confusion about the multiple versions of Ms. Glick's testimony. I can assure you that our procedures are being reviewed and will be fixed. And I'd also like to thank the forbearance of all the interveners, SPS and the PRC for working with this. That's all.
Mr. Harris, thank you so much for your thoughts. I'll just say that something we've discussed in this docket since our pre-hearings is the importance and credence we give to good faith litigation and good faith practice. And I believe that everybody here has acted in that manner. And in light of that, an apology is not necessary, but we thank you for sharing that with us. And I would also just like to echo your thoughts to everybody as we conclude this hearing, that it has often been long and difficult and moments contentious. But I would really wish to express on behalf of the commission and hearing examiner Hurst as well, our appreciation for everybody's patience, good nature, and professionalism in our evidentiary hearing, and even before, and also extend that same appreciation to all the witnesses who have spent so much time developing their testimony, working on their models. It is not a small investment of time and resources, and the commission and the hearing examiners recognize that. So I just wanted to say that before we proceed to some final procedural matters. But thank you, Mr. Harris. It's very well taken.
Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer. I appreciate that. I also extend my thanks to the parties for their accommodations regarding schedule, moving witnesses, and accommodating the timeframes that we have requested of them. I would also like to remind the parties to the case, and encourage them to consider in ongoing commission proceedings to take some of the things, some of the constructive comments that have been made, primarily by the hearing examiners, with regard to trying to streamline testimonies by avoiding repetition, whether that be within the witness's testimony itself, or by having multiple witnesses who seem to repeat certain items of testimony. I would also encourage parties to consider attempting to avoid restating other witnesses' testimony in their own testimony. I think hearing examiner Schaefer and I were pretty lenient with regard to not striking testimony that a party referred to that they couldn't answer questions about and tried to refer it to somebody else. Makes for a very confusing record. And I understand not all parties can testify to all issues, but please, in the future, I would request consideration be given to trying to avoid that. As hearing examiner Schaefer indicated, one of the procedural issues that we wanted to announce, we've already in the order setting further procedural dates, as I think I indicated this morning first thing, maybe we were off the record. There was a question about post-hearing briefs. Hearing examiner Schaefer and I have already issued a deadline for post-hearing briefs in our order setting further procedural dates, issued on December 29th at item F, and that's February 9th Any response briefs may be filed by February 13th. And we would encourage parties to be brief in the brief. Because of all the issues, hearing examiner Schaefer and I haven't determined that at this point that there's a definitive page deadline. But again, we ask for your consideration. You don't need to say it 3 times or 5 times. I promise we'll read it the first time that you put it in the brief. So brevity would be great. Right now, upon conferring with hearing examiner Schaefer, there are 2 issues that we want the parties to brief in this case. The first issue is, can the commission approve generation resources that are potentially non-legally compliant at a future period of time under existing law? What's the legal basis of your answer? And if the commission can approve, how and under what circumstances or conditions? Also, what would be the legal support of that answer? Briefing issue 2.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Briefing issue 2. Can the commission grant an exception to the REA? And the legal support for that position. If it can, what would that exception be, and under what terms and conditions could it be granted? And the legal support for that answer. Ms. Sir.
Thank you, hearing examiner. I want to get your question right. Looks like you're reading something. If you could share your screen, I would like to take a snapshot of it. Or if you could send it out to us.
No. No, at this point, you can look in the transcript, Ms. Sir, which should be available soon. Mr. McMillan?
Yes, Your Honor. Are those briefing issues required even if a party has not previously taken a position one way or the other on the REA exemptions issue?
Well, we didn't think about that. I guess my initial inclination, without discussing this with hearing examiners, I don't know who's talking. But my inclination, Mr. McMillan, would be that it isn't mandatory if you haven't taken a position on it, but you will consider to have waived your opportunity to opine to the commission on the matter in this case.
That was my next question, was if it's this case or forevermore, but in this case, that makes sense to me.
Well, as hearing examiner Schaefer and I don't have we haven't been assigned to the Evermore case yet. I don't know, that we can opine on that. I mean, but if you're not gonna put your position out there in the initial brief, like I say, I think you've waived it as far as, as not filing a response to it.
That makes sense to me, Your Honor. You know, I obviously need to discuss it with my client, but to the extent we don't brief it in initials, we would not plan to reply.
Okay. Hearing examiner Schaefer, does that comport with your thinking on this, or should we not? Should we take this under advisement and think about it later?
No, I think your instinct is my instinct, as is typical. And in light of our emphasis and adherence to procedural efficiency and administrative efficiency, if the parties are not so motivated to have dealt with this issue or to deal with this issue further, that's their prerogative. The other side of that, as hearing examiner Hurst says, is the abandonment of the ability to stand on that. So I think that's fine. And this issue also has been discussed thoroughly. So we want to offer the opportunity to the parties, not require them.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lang, you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Is there or are there any page limits?
Well, as I previously said,
It's
for
in
those
the
listening, hearing examiner Schaefer and I have not determined any limit, but brevity is appreciated and repetition will not be appreciated.
Thank you.
Ms. Drake?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say 3 issues, and I typed fast, and I think I only got 2, unless you bunched a couple together. I'm sorry. Could you clear things up for us, or
only had 2?
Oh, you only had 2. Okay, I misheard. Thank you.
Nope. I said 2 and define 2. Okay. In the other requirements, one more. Not a briefing requirement. Actually, this isn't a requirement at all. This is an observation that hearing examiner Schaefer and I have made, not just in this case, but in other cases recently. I remind parties there is a device. It's known as a subpoena. Hearing examiners actually have the authority to sign and issue subpoenas. Subpoenas can be used for witness participation. If there is very important information that a party wishes to provide, to the commission in the form of evidence, one could issue a subpoena to the witness for deposition purposes or for appearance purposes at the hearing. Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Anything further from you, sir?
Just our gratitude, and we're very grateful to have the opportunity to facilitate and allow all the parties to express their opinions, share their evidence, cross-examine one another. It's a very important process that the Commission and Hearing Examiner Hurst and I take very seriously, and we're very grateful for your engagement and, as I've said, your professionalism. So thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. A pleasure to work with you. I'd also like to thank counsel, the witnesses, all of the people that have assisted you, including your families, so that we could conduct the proceeding in the efficient manner we hope we have in the short time frame that the schedule provided. Thanks to our assistant, Ms. Kippenbrock, with which we could not have conducted the proceeding. Also like to thank IT and Phil, who have been down the hall helping to assist us. And then finally, not least, but very important to us, Mr. Lee, we thank you for all of your efforts in making our proceedings a success. If we have nothing further that we need to, you still have your hand up, Ms. Drake?
No, I have a question, ma'am, and I too would like to thank Mr. Lee greatly for his Herculean efforts. But in light of the fact that we only have a little over a week from now to write our initial briefs, can Mr. Lee give us an estimate of when we might have all of the transcripts?
By close of business Tuesday, you should have every single word.
Mr. Lee, you are wonderful. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Very well. If we have nothing further, with regard to any procedure, I thank you. We are adjourned. Good evening.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.